Hello to the Checkmk community. I'm Sarah, Checkmk's community manager. You probably know me. And I'm saying hi from Germany, Munich. The weather here is a little bit chilly, but still we are very warm in our hearts. So, following the tradition, we gather at Paulaner am Nockenberg to connect, learn and discuss the future of Checkmk and celebrate one more year of successful monitoring. More and more people still gather to listen to the welcome talk by Melina Weide, our team lead field marketing, who makes this all possible every single year. And that will be followed by the talks about the state of Checkmk by Jan Justus, our CEO, and a great overview of Checkmk 2.3 by our CPO Martin Hirschvogel. Then, more talks await after the lunch break today. You will be able to learn about new in 2.3, powerful and efficient monitoring of web services by Marcel Ahrens, our product manager. Then we'll have a guest talk about self-service website monitoring with Checkmk by Thomas Schmitz and Michael Wolf from Reve Digital. Then we continue with the new in 2.3 series, Synthetic Monitoring Has Arrived by Simon Megle, our product manager. Then we'll have a very short coffee break and continue with the next generation database monitoring from Marcel Ahrens. Then more developer APIs by Moritz Kimmer, our team lead development. Then we will have a talk, Improved UX by Tanja Hohenstadt. I'm pretty sure you are excited to hear from her. She's our UX designer, so stay tuned. Well, this conference is special. It is a jubilee. It's 10 years since we started together in Munich, and it's the first year when our team will bring the Checkmk Conference to the US. It is always heartwarming to see you, the community, coming together year after year, seeing old and new faces. This is a celebration not only of Checkmk, but also all of you, the essential part of everything we do. Now let's start, and welcome to the Checkmk Conference 10. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts and questions in the chat or via Slido. And yeah, let's start.
Checkmk presents Conference 10 Anniversary Edition.
Hello! Hello and welcome to our 10th Checkmk Conference, again in Munich. Thank you so much for coming. I'm glad to see you all. This is a very special year, our jubilee. A warm welcome also to everyone watching us from home, from wherever you are online. My name is Melina, and I'm here to greet you on behalf of Checkmk. In the next 10 minutes, I will give you a brief setup, an organizational overview of the logistics, and of what's coming up in the next days. The view from here is really intimidating. Wow, you're super many. In fact, you're sitting in between 420 like-minded people, the best monitoring IT community. We have people here from Brazil, we have a late booking from Canada, we have our US colleagues here from Atlanta and more. Also people from my hometown Hamburg and of course Munich companies and its surroundings. Thank you so much for traveling that far. Actually, I would like to see who has been here from the very beginning. Can we have some light in the audience, please? I would like to, everybody who's actually attended a past Checkmk conference, to get up. So everybody who attended a past conference. Oh, wow. Can you show that to the live streamers, please? Okay, wow. Second question. Who has been here 3 times? Stay standing. The rest you can sit down 3 times or more. Okay. Final question. Who can say they never missed an on-site Checkmk conference? Stay standing. Stop. This year, next to a big applause, you're also getting a sign of appreciation from us. And for next year, of course, there will be Conference 11. You will get a free half-day workshop ticket from us. And you can collect your vouchers at the end of the hall at our help desk. One more applause, please. All right. Now, for everybody who maybe didn't get the chance to get up, I will guide you through what's happening. Most and foremost, you're here for us, we're here for you, and we want interaction, and let's see how we get in touch. We can do that all together. In between the talks, there's our knowledge fair. This is a concept we introduced last year where you have in the entrance hall, maybe you saw already, where you have different booths where our development team and also consultants are placed so you can talk in depth on questions that maybe don't get the space on stage. Anything that comes to mind that is on a specific topic, you can address over there and you have the experts behind Checkmk on site today to ask your questions and exchange. This is also connected to our roadmap, so you can vote and let us know what you would like for the future. And as I mentioned before, we have a help desk. This is in the end of the hall, so on the right side, would you ever need anything organizational or technical, you can go there. For the live streamers, if you have any technical issues, you can send us an email to the sender of today morning's invite. And how you can interact more with the speakers on stage is during our Q&As. These are happening after every single talk. How does that work? We're combining on-site with online, so we're doing that hybridly with a tool called Slido. Maybe some of you already know it. What you need now is your phone, if you're sitting here, and you can scan the QR code, or also you will see that in the bookie. That's the conference guide you got when you entered the premises. Alternatively, you can type in the URL and enter via the event name Checkmk Conf 10. There, in that platform, you can upvote and raise questions. This is the first step you already did. Second, you put in your full name, so we can authorize you. And then at the top, you will find the menu. You will have the Q&A. So every question you have, you can already ask that during the talk, so not forget about it. And then we are organizing and labeling the questions. So in case you see your question disappearing, don't worry. We are saving that for a future talk if we see fit much better there. And on the other hand, you have the polls. So some of our colleagues are having polls in their presentations, and that will be activated automatically when you're asked to participate. I would like to inform about pictures and videos being taken during these days. As you also saw in our introduction video, that was amazingly created by my colleague Nina. Shout out to you. I hope we are also capturing many nice, unforgettable moments this year. You can also share that with others on social media using our hashtag. And in case you do not want to get photographed, you can simply also go to the help desk, get a small sticker for your name badge, and then the photographer team knows not to take pictures of you. Now let's see what awaits you today. Next, I will leave the stage to our CEO, Jan, who will introduce us to the state of Checkmk like every single year. Afterwards, this is being followed by Martin, CPO, who will give us an overview of the new version at a glance, Checkmk 2.3. These are followed by many deep dives on different features in the new version. We have Simon talking about synthetic monitoring. We have database monitoring presented by Marcel, or developer APIs by Moritz, for example. Not to forget that we have our first external customer talk today by Rewe Digital. And finally, we're closing today with Tanya, another woman in tech, talking about UX design improvements. And yet the day doesn't end for all of you who sit here with us. We will go and travel to a location close by called Munich Hoch 5, where we will lift our glasses and cheer to Conference 10 all together, recap everything that has happened today, where you can network, exchange, and enjoy some nice food. We are having also shuttle services for that. You will find the times in the info screens or in your small conference guide, and we're leaving around 7 to arrive there. Latest you should arrive at 8 and bring your name badge so that we have a smooth process to get you up there. It's a rooftop, as you can see. All right, and now let's have an amazing 10th Checkmk conference and make some noise for the upcoming speakers, please. Thank you very much.
Need to wait a second until the presentation is loaded. Good. Now that we are there, also a very warm welcome from my side to our 10th conference. And as Melina said, it's it's a happy birthday. Our young lady, the conference, has gotten 10 years old. And so I want to use this time to actually look back a bit. Where did everything start? And what did we focus on over the last years to put that into context and provide an outlook as to where we are heading as a conference, but especially from a product perspective. Now, if I look back to where everything started and I try to find a singular image that does it, then it might be this young dynamic gentleman. This was Matthias in 2009, and he was then a self-employed software developer. He was very entrepreneurial in his spirit, and so he issued a press release himself in July 2009, announcing to the world that a monitoring add-on had been born. In its version 1.0, it was available to the world, open source, and it was called Checkmk. And that essentially formed the nucleus as why we are all here today. And then Lars joined, Andreas joined, many other colleagues joined over the years and started to develop the Raw edition and the Enterprise edition initially with you in a very close collaboration. And that close collaboration, many of you actually also funded this early development, to tie that bond. In 2014, they decided to launch the first customer conference. It was also in Munich, roughly 100 participants, and I'm glad to see that some of you were here and have been here ever since, which I think is the most important piece of that. And so then, 10 years down the line, this is where we are together today. Same city, different venue. It's also a second anniversary because it's the first time where we not only do a European conference, it's also the first year where we do a smaller US conference that will be in Atlanta on the 27th of June. Now, my personal journey with Checkmk actually started a bit later. It started around time of conference number 4, that was 2018. And at that time, the team had grown to 16 people, typically consultants and developers, largely. They built up a business with already 1,400 customers, which is actually a lot for this small company, and many, many more raw users out there. And so over the next years, what we try to do is build up the organization to have the innovation power to take Checkmk into the future. And so by now, we are roughly a 160 people organization. We serve 4,500 customers worldwide in Europe and in the US and in 50 other countries. And our key focus as a team is to fulfill the mission that I talked about last year, and that is in the end, bringing visibility into your hybrid IT. Independent of whether you have your workloads in your data center or your public cloud, or we see most companies having both of these, we want to provide you with one integrated platform which does that, and that's Checkmk. Now, when I look a bit what we worked on over the last years, all the features and works, then you can essentially cluster them in 4 very broad categories. And that is working on a great user experience for beginners and experts, re-architecting and further extending Checkmk to enable modern monitoring for this hybrid world, for these 2 worlds coming together, working on extensible interfaces, so APIs, to develop, so extend Checkmk as a developer, and to automate the monitoring and the configuration, and lastly, on securing and further making the platform scalable. Yeah? Let me talk a few minutes to look into these as to what happened over the last years in terms of highlights. And the first part is the user experience. And so our user experience, I think, got a relaunch with version 2.0, where we basically completely revamped the user interface and how you navigate Checkmk to the look and feel that you know today. We complemented that with expanding the dashboarding, both in terms of all the visualization options that you have, but also over time offering more and more off-the-shelf dashboards, such as the Kubernetes dashboard that you see here. And then roughly 2 years ago, we took the next step and built up an in-house UX team to focus on usability in the details. And we've done, I think, quite a number of improvements in 2.2 and now in 2.3. And as you see later on in this afternoon and tomorrow, this is really one of our key focus areas going forward to make the day-to-day work easier for you, make that powerful feature set more accessible. Now, the second part of these broad categories is around enabling modern monitoring for the hybrid world. The starting point is obviously that we have simply the monitoring coverage, the check plugins and special agents to address those. And so, as you know, we invested a lot in AWS, Azure, and Google Cloud monitoring, but also in monitoring basically all major Kubernetes distributions out there, from plain vanilla Kubernetes to OpenShift to VMware Tanzu to all the managed offerings from the public cloud providers. Then we worked further and basically imported one key concept that many of these cloud-native technologies are using, and that were the labels, which I think by now have become a key feature of Checkmk, complementing the original concept of tags. We went further and worked on the agent architecture. We essentially re-architected that to become a modern TLS-based architecture, and also complemented now the pull mode of fetching data with the push mode, which enables you to also work with agents over the public internet on very security-conscious environments. And lastly, we worked a lot in addressing another feature set essentially of these cloud-native architectures, very dynamic loads. Yeah? VMs being spun up and spun down, pods emerging and disappearing, so ephemeral loads. Now, this is basically an architectural foundation for that hybrid world. The second, a bit associated trend is, you know, these sayings, software eats the world, or every company is becoming a software company. And that is essentially, most companies have now built up development teams to build up digital services, apps, digital customer experience. And with that, more and more value also goes into applications. And so, over the last year, we worked a lot to release with this new version 2.3 major enhancement in application monitoring, to be able to better monitor the availability, the performance, but also the functionality of applications. And we did that with two different major initiatives. One was to completely revamp the web services monitoring by reworking the check HTTP. And secondly, by introducing a new product, an add-on product, called Checkmk Synthetic Monitoring, which essentially tests the functionality of the application from an end-user perspective and monitors it in that way. We did that by working with Simon Megle, which you probably all know well by now, and mainlining and reworking his RobotMK project into integrating that into Checkmk. Now, the next topic we worked on were the interfaces, the APIs. And the starting point for that was working on the new Check API, or agent-based API as we now called it, to essentially make a lot of the functionality to develop your own check plugins available as a stable external API. And that was all great, but we were still missing some pieces which you typically need for a check plugin, how you do metrics, how you define rule sets, etc. And now with 2.3, we went full circle and made basically all functionality you need to extend Checkmk on your own available as a stable external API, which means that if you build your Checkmk plugin based on that during an upgrade, that will remain fully stable because the API is stable. As you know, we also worked a lot on automating Checkmk by introducing a REST API and extending that over many versions now to be much more focused and extended in basically covering most of the configuration and monitoring functionality. And last year, we built on top of that a community project that many of you contributed to, the Ansible collection, which builds upon that REST API and makes many standard use cases available also for non-developers. Lastly, on that journey, we worked further on securing and increasing the performance of Checkmk with the check helper concepts and other concepts, introducing single sign-on, multi-factor authentication, and other topics. Now, if I put all of these together and draw a very high-level picture, on the highest level that we can basically draw it for Checkmk, and I take 3 layers: infrastructure, application, and the user experience of an application. Then by now, Checkmk is essentially a very modern hybrid IT monitoring tool for infrastructure and infrastructure-related applications. And now we can also monitor the user experience of these applications for you. So it becomes, for the first time, a full stack view. And so where are we heading from that starting point? If I take 3 major slices in time, 6 months, 12 months, and 24 months, then within 6 months, which is actually a bit out of our ordinary release cycle, we do one major step, and that is taking all of what we have today, which is self-hosted, as you know, you host it yourself, and making that available as a service. And the reason for that is that we get more and more requests from customers who tell us, we as an enterprise have embarked on a cloud-first strategy. We want to consume all of our applications as a service. And for these customers, we want to have an answer that complements the existing setup. So in the future, you can now decide whether you want to self-host it or consume it as a service, depending on how your IT internally works. And that will become available before the end of the year. The second major step is 12 months, and that's sort of our general major release cycle. By that time, we will release the next major version, Checkmk 2.4. And that really focuses on the existing scope, making lots of improvements in all the aforementioned areas. And you will hear lots of that over the course of the next days. And then lastly, within the next 24 months, we want to take one more strategic step and close this one white space. On this map, it's the black space that remains here, and that is extending Checkmk to be better in monitoring custom applications. You can monitor them now from an end-user perspective, but it's a bit more complex to monitor a custom application from the inside, getting the metrics exposed from the inside of that application. And so the benefit is, or the good thing is, that over the last years, the industry has worked on standards, and one of the most predominant standards is the Open Telemetry standard to monitor applications. And so in the next year, already for the next Checkmk version 2.4, we will integrate an Open Telemetry collector into Checkmk, and then take the subsequent year to work on extending it to a new metrics backend, working on making querying more powerful in Checkmk, and building out the dashboard functionality. And with that, you then have a true full stack monitoring going forward, and you decide where you want to use it for. That's enough for the macro side of things. I will now hand over to Martin, who walks us through the details of the latest release. And I can only say thank you for coming here. I look forward to talking to many of you over the next 2 days, and have a great conference. Thank you.
Welcome to the Checkmk Conference also from my side. I'm happy that I see so many familiar faces again. I think for me it's now my 7th Checkmk Conference. I joined also in 2018, and it's also nice to see new faces which I've never seen before. And I'm going to talk a little bit about Checkmk 2.3, the latest Checkmk release which we released in April this year. And maybe quick show of hands, who of you is already using Checkmk 2.3? Yeah. It's better than in the last years, I would assume. So it's maybe a testament that what we try to do with Checkmk over the years to get it more stable, to get much higher quality, is paying off. And maybe after today's talks, more of you will even join in using Checkmk 2.3. So Jan already Yes, there we are. Or not. Beyond the many new features, we also have a couple of other big news. And Jan already mentioned them, so it's not a surprise. The one thing is synthetic monitoring, something I work very heavily together with Simon together on. It's great because we can get deep insights into applications from the user perspective. The other thing is Checkmk SaaS. And there's one more thing, because the first things we will have big talks today in the afternoon and tomorrow about. And the third big thing is Checkmk MSP. And Checkmk MSP is nothing new. We have the Managed Service Edition for, I think, 8 years now already, or 9 years. And it received a major upgrade. It's now our Ultimate Edition. It's the edition which has every feature. And so besides the unique multi-customer management and the data segregation, it also has all the features of Checkmk Cloud. And that is something which we heard when we released Checkmk Cloud in the beginning, something a lot of the MSPs really need. Yeah? As an MSP, as a managed service provider, monitoring your customers' IT often involves a lot of dealing with networks. Yeah? And with the push mode of the agent, you can basically now monitor segregated networks much more easily, so it's actually quite a breeze to do so. And the what I call self-service agents are also a nice thing, because you can basically deliver to your customers an agent which has all the information needed built in to register itself as a site, and then also on the Checkmk server side to automatically add these hosts, so that in the end, in the ideal world, you have to do nothing, and your customers can just roll out Checkmk agents in their infrastructure, or you do that for them, of course. Besides that, we also see many of our MSPs working both in this on-premises world and in the cloud world. And having the ability to monitor both in one tool is a nice thing. And that's why actually having all the cloud monitoring features in the MSP edition now is a big benefit. And for your end customers and for yourself, being able to integrate with Grafana Cloud is, I think, the icing on the cake there. Besides these major news, we of course also did a lot of work on Checkmk 2.3. So what did we do? Our focus for Checkmk starts with the ability to monitor anything. Enabled by a powerful configuration, resulting in helpful alerts and analytics for finding the underlying issue, driven by a great user experience, and extensible interfaces for automation and development. And all that based on a secure and scalable monitoring platform. And I will also use this as a structure for the Checkmk 2.3 talk to talk about everything what's new. Let's start with monitor anything. And we have a lot of improvements for both on-premises and cloud monitoring. And on top, we have delivered a lot of things which are relevant for both worlds, for the hybrid monitoring world. And something which is applicable to everyone, no matter where your infrastructure is monitoring web services. And for me, this is one of my highlights. We always had decent web services monitoring. We had TCP, DNS, FTP, SMTP, email checks, and we of course also had the HTTP check. And besides now the new HTTP check supporting all the latest technologies, the completely revised endpoint monitoring has a much more powerful configuration, much better alerts, and it also has much better visibility for the results with the status information. And besides just doing this, we also added in-depth certificate monitoring, so that you not only monitor HTTP endpoints for the certificates, but basically anything with a TCP connection. And more on that later in the talk by Marcel. Another core technology we worked on, which is basically something you also have on premises and in the cloud, are MS SQL databases. And what started on an idea to build a new platform for database monitoring where we leverage what we have learned over the last years with all the different databases we are monitoring, has now resulted in the first plugin with MKSQL. And for us, the goal was not to just build a drop-in replacement, but something which adds a lot of features and options so that you can monitor much more MS SQL databases in a much wider variety, because there is no normal configuration. As we have learned, every MS SQL configuration out there is kind of different. And the cool thing is that you can now also monitor remote databases like a Azure SQL with that in depth. More on that also later by Marcel again. He will share a lot of the details, what we have thought when we did that and what you can actually now do. And when we talk about hybrid technologies, we also, of course, have to talk about Kubernetes. And in Checkmk 2.3, we focused on extending the supported platforms. So now you can monitor VMware Tanzu, you can monitor K3s, and as a special gift, Red Hat OpenShift monitoring is now also available in the Enterprise Edition. And besides many bug and usability fixes and also adding support for later and more recent Kubernetes versions, there's one thing which I want to talk about, which is Google Kubernetes Engine Autopilot. Because when we add support for one of these platforms, it can be very simple, but it can also be a long journey where we have to jump through a lot of hoops. And you might see it's looks kind of the same as Google Kubernetes Engine. Unfortunately, it is not. And it is a highly managed secure Kubernetes service by Google Cloud, and that makes it really hard for us, for users to run workloads which require elevated privileges. And which is bad for monitoring, because monitoring needs the data, otherwise it can't monitor. And we had to jump really through a lot of hoops there to get there. In the end, it meant that we need to become an official Google Cloud partner. It meant that the Google security team needs to look at our agent, check if it's really compliant with everything, that it's built in a secure way. And fortunately, we got all the sign-offs by the Google team, and now we are one of the few allow-listed partners worldwide who can actually deploy stuff into Google Kubernetes Engine Autopilot. And yeah. I think enough about talking about these cloud native things. Let's talk a little bit about where we don't have that many buzzwords. Let's talk about virtualization. And we have good virtualization monitoring actually for quite some time. If you look at our vSphere monitoring, that's pretty nice. But throughout the last 15 years, more vendors have come up, because virtualization is really still one of the hot topics, and one of them is Nutanix. And we had wishes from throughout the community that we extend this Nutanix monitoring. And so I was very happy when last year I saw this. Yeah, looks like another pull request, added some real checks. And then if you look into it, 32 commits, 90 files change, 5,200 codes of line added. So just another pull request, yeah? Thanks, Andreas. And I looked into it and I was like, what does it mean? What does it mean added some checks? So before we had 4 checks. It's okay, it's not great, it's okay. Now, that was the result after. And I think it's really bad if I would talk about it. So Andreas, maybe you want to come on stage and talk about it yourself, because, so give a big round of applause for Andreas. Andreas, why did you do all this?
Okay, I wanted to receive the same information with our checks in our Nutanix environment like we had it in ESX vSphere. And if you look at the checks here, you will see that it tries to replicate that what you get inside the vSphere environment. And that was the real reason for the Nutanix rewrite.
Okay.
You said last year or 1.5 years ago that it needs to be compliant with the Checkmk guidelines, and that's also why it was so big. Normally my version was a little bit smaller, but if you want to
or work in the guidelines that are defined by Checkmk, then you have to write a little bit more code.
Yeah, you should see the comments in that pull request.
Yes. Yeah, if you look through the pull request, then you will see, oh, here it needs a little bit more, and there, and some man pages, and so on.
Yeah, that's the life of Checkmk developers. Yeah. And let's jump a little bit into what we now get. Can you maybe talk a little bit what we see here, what this is?
Yes. Well, what we see here, that's a normal Nutanix what replicates a vCenter. The same as you see in the vCenter. You have your cluster-wide matrix like the I/O, CPU, memory, and then you have the same what you have in a vCenter where you get your storage volumes and so on. That's here the containers. And then you have all the virtual machines defined with their state, and you can also define what you want or which state is wanted by yourself, if it should be halted, running, and so on. And the only difference, if you compare it with vCenter, is that you have a little bit more different states and the different matrix what you see here in the Nutanix if you compare it with a vCenter.
And is it everything?
No, that's only here's a view for the vCenter replication, but now you have the VM and also the node monitoring, what's the same as the ASX host. And if you look, the biggest difference here is that you see on every Nutanix host the hard drives, as that's also a big difference to VMware. Every node has its own storage, and you have a network-wide, or you have a cluster-wide storage over all your hosts. But all the other things I should think are self-explanatory, as it's the same as in VMware.
Okay. And how was that? How was the developing of that? Was it like, how did you like the Nutanix API and so on?
If I compare it with VMware, I would say it's way better. The API is fast compared to VMware, and also from the structure. You don't need to do anything with XML. Yeah, it's no one here, I think, want to parse XML files. And it's with a normal REST API like it is in the Nutanix, it's okay, but you have another problem there. You have three different APIs. The old one, the middle new one, and the new one. And the problem is some values you get only in the old one, and some values only in the new one. That makes it a little bit complicated.
Yeah, I mean, the 5,000 lines of code have to come from somewhere. Yeah. Andreas, thank you very much for that. Maybe some big round of applause for that.
Sure.
And Andreas, I found this other thing also on my Checkmk site.
Yes.
I see this name Andreas Döhler here as well. And there's like this extension package, MKP, Redfish. And I found it on my site. And I mean, of course, I asked ChatGPT, what is this? And I mean, all I got was this lousy picture. And maybe, Andreas, can you talk a little bit about what is Redfish? Why is this so important? Why is this so...
Yeah, the Redfish extension is quite a little bit older than the Nutanix. As this, I started, I think, around 2018 or so. And it was, if you say the why I start this, it was the same as every time something was broken, and it was SNMP was broken with HP devices like it is now again. Yeah. Everyone who has a HP server in his monitoring at the moment with quite new controllers, he knows that SNMP is not working correctly at the moment. So, and that was 2018. I was looking for a replacement as we had the same problem with SNMP at this time. And so I come across Redfish documentation for managing as an industry-wide standard for managing server devices. And after some reading inside, I must say, very good documentation in this case. I was saying, yes, that looks promising. And I started to implement it only for HP at the start. Then the next step was Dell, and so on. You see it here. That's only the 3 versions on the Exchange. There were some more on my GitHub also, but that's the 3 main versions I used for Lenovo, Dell, and HP. And later I was saying, as there come more and more requests for other devices, and I said, why not build a unified one, what can monitor all the different vendors? And so we come to the Redfish RESTful RP checks, what's vendor independent mainly. And that was then to make all in one wing, that was a little bit of work, I would say. As every vendor has its own specific extensions or not the implementation, but the extensions to the standard.
Let's take a look a little bit at what we get. Can you maybe just walk us very quickly through what we see here?
What we see here is a normal Dell server. And if you look at the single items, what you see, that is nearly the same what you get with the Dell SNMP checks for the management board, but I think with a little bit more information about the single items. In a normal SNMP check, you have, for a fan, you have your speed, okay, that's fine, and you have your status, that's fine, that's the same as here. But when you look at single hard drives or anything like that, or memory modules, you get more information like what type is it, serial numbers, status, and so on. I think it's a little bit more for the same, a little bit more information.
There's more. Not everything did fit on one page, so
yeah, I think everyone who does infrastructure monitoring here knows that management interfaces can have, without problem, 100 checks or so.
And what is so nice about it is that we get exactly the same for, let's take, for example, HPE ILO,
yes. In the normal case, if you have a standard server, then you get on every vendor the same information. Only the naming convention is a little bit different. What you see here, I tried to make it the same for everyone. It's the starting with fan or memory or storage controller, but the name behind can be different for every vendor. But I try to make it so that you see it in the same way on every device.
Okay, pretty cool. So we decided for Checkmk 2.3 to bring this in as a built-in MKP, so that you need to activate it first because we consider it still an experimental feature. Even though, I mean, Andreas is using it heavily, I know that a lot of people are also using it already in production, but building a generic monitoring is not straightforward. As we have seen, like the feedback we have gotten already during the beta phase, there are just so many different implementations, so many edge cases that it needs some time to basically hone that proper out. And the current mode, it being an MKP, allows really Andreas to work much more quickly. Because, I mean, as soon as he mainlines it, he has to write the man pages, he has to write this and that, he has to change the code. We also have to change the code a lot, and in the end, we as a vendor always have to make sure that we do as little as incompatibilities as we can. And so any major change is something which we try to avoid. So that's why we said, hey, 2.3 is a great time. Andreas can quickly react to feedback, can build it in, can offer new MKPs for you to download and then put into your site. And therefore, if you have any feedback, you can create an issue in the GitHub repository of Andreas. You can also get newer MKPs. I think you already added new features.
Yeah, it's a last feature what was requested from one user in the forum was to monitor his PDUs, and so I get a data dump from his Rakhitan PDU, and now we have also the possibility with the last version to monitor PDUs that are working with the Redfish standard, and that was okay. That was not such big step, but it's implemented now, so you can monitor your electrical devices also inside your systems.
So, and for 2.4, we will then finally mainline it. We'll probably do a lot of changes around it, and we will then start to also take over the maintenance for it. And yeah. Andreas, this was a big thing, and I know that you do this basically a lot in your free time. And I mean, I want to say a little bit a thank you to you, and it's not much, but another award for you. And I think let's give a big round of applause, because Andreas is really.
Good.
Andreas has done really a big service. I mean, you know him from the forum. He is answering there day and night, not as much as you used to be honest. I think you know more in the coding world. I mean, that's good, because I mean, we all benefit from that as well. And let's hope that I heard that you also want to do something with Hyper-V. Let's see.
We have the next projects already finished for NetApp E-Series, for instance. There's no monitoring at the moment inside Checkmk, or not included monitoring. The package is already existing there some years.
So thanks. You can, by the way, also get a nice present, small gift only, of course, but in the bag as well. Thanks very much, Andreas.
Yep.
Okay, I mean, we also do some stuff ourselves, don't worry. And one of the things we did ourselves was storage monitoring. We don't do everything, as Andreas mentioned, but what we did for 2.3 is to work on monitoring for pure storage. It's actually a vendor which was founded the same year as Nutanix in 2009, and since then it's actually become quite a prominent player. We see it all over the world now, and finally you can monitor the flash arrays with Checkmk 2.3. And when we talk about storage monitoring, we cannot not talk about NetApp. And NetApp replaced their old API, I think early this year. And just in time, we delivered a new drop-in replacement, which is built on the new API, on the ONTAP REST API. It delivers basically exactly what we did before, just with a new special agent. And so it's more future-proof, so that we can all just enjoy the next couple of years until they come up with a new API again. Let's see. And here, thanks to SVA, Gerd and Benedikt, because they helped us a lot. They set up a system for us where we can develop against, and that really sped up the development of this. So thanks, Gerd, as well. Another integration which needed a lot of love was our NTOP NG integration for network flow monitoring. And in early 2023, it got our attention. It was originally built versus the version 1 of the REST API of NTOP, and it had some issues, timeouts, buggy views, also usability issues, and therefore we decided to completely fix it and improve it. And it's now built on the version 2 of the REST API. Everything works properly again. You have the views, the filters, all the dropdowns work as expected. We have a lot of usability fixes and error message fixes along the way, and a much better performance, because we re-architected a lot of the long-running API calls and built a couple of features like pagination, so that you can now monitor network flow, or you can integrate network flow monitoring much better into Checkmk. Besides these big things, it's also important that we always work on the smaller things. And I'm going to bring some examples, because going through all the 75 improvements which we did will take quite some time. But just to describe in what kind of categories we think, there can be, for example, more checks. Cisco Meraki, now you can monitor power supplies, was actually a pull request. Linux bonding interfaces, you can now, for example, monitor the expected bonding mode. besides more checks, what we also do is that you get more information. And for example, the connection state of interfaces on Windows machines is now monitored without the need to have a agent plugin. And be wary, this might lead when you update to Checkmk 2.3 to some state changes, because now you get actually the proper state in Checkmk directly delivered without the agent plugin. Also, for example, an example of what we do when we talk about more information is the tags which are in Azure are now directly imported as service labels into Checkmk. And lastly, we also try to improve the configuration, which extend the monitoring then in the end. And one example is, for example, that you can now monitor Microsoft Mail using OAuth. And the last thing, and to basically showcase what I mean about it, I actually brought a screenshot. As of today, or as of 2.2, the alerting of CPU load, so something which has been there for quite some time with Checkmk, I mean, I think it's probably one of the first checks, was limited or was basically just on the 15-minute load. But we also have 1 and 5-minute load. And 15-minute load is actually quite good because it averages out all the spikes, makes your monitoring much more stable. You don't get a lot of false alerts. But what you can't do with it is you can't monitor any spike anymore. Yeah, and if you want to do that, maybe let's take a look at the rule set. I mean, I don't know which thing you configure there, 1, 5, 50-minute, but you can only configure one. What you can now do is you can monitor the 5-minute, the 1-minute, and the 15-minute average. So it's a good example of how we can even extend a long-running and long-existing check. And if you take a look at this, here I get very often asked, is this the default? No, it's not. And when people then ask, where do I find the default thresholds for a check? Where do you look? Where you can now look is the man page. The main page now includes what are the default parameters for checks. And as you can see, for 1 and 5-minute, there is no default parameter, but for 15-minute, we have the 5 and the 10 on the load per core. All in all, we added and improved more than 100 monitoring plugins. For more than 30 systems, we added new checks, or basically wrote completely new stuff. We made these improvements, as I just spoke about, and of course, we did a lot of fixes. Yeah, more than 450. And I just brought some logos. If you spot something which might be relevant to you, feel free to take a look at the works and find whatever it is which we did there. So, for monitoring anything, we also need powerful configuration. And one of the most powerful tools for configuring your monitoring are labels. And what we now do is we supply much more host labels off the shelf. And it's not just the operating system types, or what we had already before in Checkmk. You also now get much more OS properties like the platform, the name, the version. And the nice thing about it is it's not only for Linux and Windows. We made this for basically any agent which we support. So even for AIX and also for FreeBSD and so on. You will not always get all the information, because not every system has all information. But what we tried is that we basically gather everything which is easily accessible. And now imagine that we have all these labels. I mean, it's nice, but what do you do with them? You obviously need to put them somewhere into rules, into conditions. And what we had in 2.2 was this. We can, for example, say, has OS family Linux and is not environment test. What you can't do, for example, is has label Linux and has label or has label Windows. So you cannot do an or combination. But this is something which we already built somewhere in the user interface. It's something which we built in filters, and now we put this concept also and moved it to the rule sets that you can use in the conditions, very flexible labels. And this is something which we also made available, of course, via the REST API. So let's now imagine we have all these new host labels. What will happen? This will happen. Yeah. Enjoy a lot of new alerts, a lot of new warnings if you have not silenced that. And I mean, we all know that you really like clicking through the user interface, that you really like to do the rediscovery on all of that. And yeah, so we just left it like that, of course. Yeah, just kidding. Before we had this one option for the automatically update service configuration. And this dropdown, yeah, you can add unmonitored services and new host labels, but there was no option to just update host labels. And the combinations can be risky because, I mean, sometimes you don't want to remove vanished services. Sometimes you don't want to add unmonitored services. You want to have that as a conscious choice. And host labels, something which is more dynamic, this should just happen. And you can already see what we did. And I mean, initially we said, let's just add another option. I mean, what can go wrong just adding more options into this drop-down? But thankfully, my colleague Niklas was very insistent that we do this better. And so we just built this very nice checkboxes, so you can just mix and match as you want. You have fine-grained control. You can just decide, I just want to update host labels for these hosts. We want to update host labels and remove vanished services for the other host. And now you have all this as you can do all this, and you can also do this in the bulk discovery, and you can also do this via the REST API. And maybe some of you have spotted this, update service labels. It's a new feature which we also added. And it's something which seemed kind of impossible a couple of years ago. And fortunately, it's now possible. And what this means, or why I mean, not everyone is using service labels. So to showcase a little bit why this is a helpful thing, I brought an example. And typically, I mean, we got this actually as a feature request from one customer who is doing a lot of network device monitoring. And what they do is they assign based on alias service labels. And the alias of an interface can change. What happens then is the service label changes. And they use the service label for rule conditions to adjust the monitoring. And before, what you had to do is you had to throw out the entire service, rediscover it, so remove and add. And that's 2 clicks, which takes some time because you need to do a service discovery along the way. And so the new solution is actually quite nice. There's a button there, just rediscover that service, and the service labels will then be updated automatically. So it's just 1 click, and you can also do that in bulk. And it's also looking a little bit nicer. It's more clear what are new service labels, what are service labels which were removed, which ones changed. Yeah. When we talk about the service discovery, we also did over the last year quite a lot of improvements in there. And one of them is more consistency. It's actually, I would say it's actually a bug, but the feature which we just saw, the automatically update service configuration, if you had something like do not activate changes enabled as well with that, these changes would not be visible in the audit log or in the activate pending changes. That's now solved. So very nice, of course. We have better error messages. You might have seen this if you have that activated, the automatic rediscovery. Then sometimes it says rediscovery scheduled. But what could very well happen is that nothing happens. Because if, for example, a data source fails, then this automatic rediscovery is not being done because it's quite a risky change then. If a data source disappears or doesn't work anymore, all the services among that will vanish. And if you just accept that, all of your monitoring for that is gone, even if this is something which you might not want. So we said this is something which is so fundamental, this is something you need to do manually. And we basically just fixed the error message for that so that you actually know what to do. And by the way, thanks Tom from SVA who basically pointed us towards that. And something which bugged me quite a lot when we reworked in 2.2 the service discovery, it always had this really nice error message, no cached data available. And actually independent of the actual error message behind. And it now has a proper error message. We actually get, if it's, for example, the agent timed out, then you will see that in the service discovery also. Something which we backported, of course, also to 2.2. It's nothing new in 2.3, but that's something to showcase that we continuously worked on things which we introduce to improve them over time. A monitoring without alerts and good visualization is like a laptop without a screen. It's nice, but you can't really do anything with it. So we fulfilled a couple of long-time user dreams, and one of them is the so-called top list. And something which now works in also very large environments is possible with that. You can, for example, look at which system has the highest, or which systems have the highest CPU load, or which file systems are utilized the least. It's something which is very easily configurable. It's a dashlet. You can rank any metric. You can add it easily to dashboards. You can flexibly filter with host and service filters. And you can find the right metric with these helper functions. It's very simple to configure. And most importantly, it is very quick. And to be able to do so, we had to extend live status. And first thing we had to do is add a new order by header. For example, you can now create live status queries which return a sorted list of host names or metrics as well, yeah. And you can, for example, sort host names A to C or Z to A. And you can combine this with a limit header to, for example, just return the first result. And for anyone who is working with live status, building their own features, I think this is something very nice and something very helpful. If you combine that with this new column performance data, we have everything available to build these top lists, because we can then combine them and get sorted metrics back. The UI can then aggregate the metrics, the live status results, and do this from different sites, and then render the top lists at quick speed. And now that we have this very nice feature, what do we do with it? Do we just leave it as an option in a dashboard or dashlet for you to create? No, because we also did it to solve one user pain, which were existent in these Linux and Windows overview dashboards. Because when you have even a couple of hundred hosts already, they become very hard to use. And so we said, it's a perfect place to actually implement the top lists, because then, whenever you open them, they actually load much, much quicker. And we replaced, therefore, a lot of the previous dashlets on these dashboards. We still have some of the older views because they are still very helpful. They help us. They have a couple of more features which are powerful. And so it's, I think, a good compromise at the moment between this very fast loading and some elements which take a little bit longer to load. And eventually, when we extend this functionality of live status to more features, to more dashlets, to more views, we can hopefully also replace these things in the future as well. Besides such big features, it is always important to work on the smaller things as well, and to polish the things which you work on a daily basis. And here's a big list. Don't worry, I won't go into it because Moritz will do so later. They happened as a consequence of the new developer APIs, and they actually, like, it looks like it, but it actually makes my heart really smile, because I worked a lot with our developer Simon on it, and we both really we were really happy. We couldn't stop ourselves to fix the graphing finally, to fix really all these issues which were nagging us for a long time, and which I know at least a couple of support tickets which were at least nagging also a lot of users. And besides the graphs, who of you knows these graphs in Checkmk? Yeah, some. They look very different, and they are the predictive monitoring graphs. And because we have, besides the standard graphs, we have also them. You need to enable them, and then when you basically have them enabled, they are a different part of the Checkmk UI. And what was because of this very unique handling, they were not available in the central side in distributed monitoring, because also live status didn't have the columns to transfer this information from remote sites to the central side. And now it has, so we now have the possibility, and then of course now you can also view these graphs directly from the central side and distributed monitoring. And while we were at it, we also did a lot of quality of life improvements, making the prediction algorithms more robust, fixing some edge cases, improving the visibility of it, so they become a little bit nicer to use as well. Last year at the Checkmk Conference, we had a talk about network monitoring by the Finanzinformatik, who required this feature to replace the existing monitoring solution. And they already showcased what is possible. And I mean, what we did is we built this backend. Yeah? And we promised back then, hey, this custom feature which we built for them, we will bring to all Checkmk users. And I mean, it's here today. You can see, very nice, which network device is talking to which other, which IPs and which interfaces are talking with each other. Looks pretty cool. You can even do more. You can, for example, see which IP ranges are talking to each other via which routers. And even more crazy, you can see, hey, there's a mismatch here, a duplex mismatch, or there's a speed mismatch. And you might wonder, like, can Checkmk do that now? Can we have level 2 network visualization and level 3 network visualization in Checkmk? And the answer is kind of. Last year when we presented that, we said, hey, we built this powerful backend for these visualizations. That's our job, and your job is to supply the data, which works if you're a large company and have a team, or if you have a partner who can do that for you. But for anyone else, it's, I think, then quite unusable. But we already had a lot of interest in our community that, hey, this sounds really nice. We want to play around with that. And so last year, our colleague Andreas, who built all of that, put that as an MKP on the exchange and did a forum post. And it actually didn't take long until someone reacted. By the way, this is how I think it feels for you if you try to build this for yourself. So it didn't take long, and we have this guy, THLCMK, who said, hey, Schnetz, so Andreas built this, and I think I have a solution to build the first piece of that. To have the visualization done by Checkmk and a tool which does all the other steps. And I think this was really an awesome collaboration because our developer Andreas and Thomas, let's call him Thomas, they worked together to build this. I think Thomas gave a lot of feedback, said, hey, can we have this feature? Can we have that? Would be nice. And also he built a lot of these things. And so we refined the back end. Thomas further built out this network visualization data creation tool. Thanks for the long name. And what does it do? Yeah. You can do basically with that tool and the combination with Checkmk, you can create layer 2 topologies with CDP and LLDP data. You can also do layer 3 visualization only for IPv4. Doesn't stop there. You can highlight connection issues. So for example, mismatching speed, mismatching duplex. And if there's not information which is not in Checkmk, you can also model that with static connections. So how does it work? It starts with hardware-software inventory. You need to populate Checkmk with all the data. And there are a couple of plugins. So a CDP cache plugin, a LLDP cache plugin, an IPv4 address plugin, an interface name plugin. So quite a lot of things. And together with the hardware-software inventory, you then get this information. Yeah? So you can see what are the LLDP neighbors, for example, for a switch or for a router. For a router, I think. And if you then also activate host tables with it, you can then start using the tool. First, you have to configure it. You have to at least, I think, add the seeds for your for the starting points. Then then you can basically run this automatic analysis of the network connections. So the tool basically starts trying to match what it finds in the data on the inventory with what it is in Checkmk. It does a lot of basically, there's a lot of knowledge, know-how around how networks are basically working, how different vendors are using the data, how they are assigning values. And then with the matching, in the end, you get this network visualization. And then you can use that to further tune the configuration. And for me, this is, I think, also a prime example for great collaboration between us and the community. Because building that is really not easy. You need a lot of network knowledge. It's, you can only do that if you really know how Cisco versus how others, even how in between Cisco things work. And you need to be someone who really lives and breathes networks. And I'm very happy that we actually have someone in our group here who does that. And the first time I heard about this guy, Thomas, was via Andreas, who was just on stage. And because I always thought Andreas is writing everything himself, he has like this huge collection of plugins, and I mean, a crazy guy, he must be coding all day long. But then I learned the network pieces, at least he's using from this other colleague of him at Bechtle, who writes a lot of plugins. And I thought, man, this must be a Checkmk admin or Checkmk monitoring consultant. He's not. He's actually a Cisco expert. And he does Checkmk stuff only in his free time. So he, I don't know, spent evenings and weekends to create this. I think this is really very special. And Thomas, your contribution is priceless. So I also got a little award for you. Can you maybe come on stage, please? Remember that guy? If you have questions, Thomas. Yeah. If you have questions about it, Thomas is here in the breaks. He's all here during the entire conference. You can see on his GitHub profile, you can also speak to him. He has a good how-to guide, how to use it. He really likes this thing, so I think when he gets feedback, he will definitely consider your feedback and work on it. So, and he's also a great person if you need something developed. So I think even though he's not a Checkmk consultant or Checkmk monitoring consultant, he's a great resource if you want something added to Checkmk for yourself. I need the slides again. Okay. So, a great user experience is one of our core principles for Checkmk nowadays. And we've extended our UX team further and have already done many things in Checkmk 2.3, and there will be many more things which are coming soon. And these UX improvements, we have our strategy basically is we try to create more consistency in Checkmk, to make things predictable so you can navigate and use Checkmk effortlessly. Efficiency is another pillar of our UX strategy. Make things swift so that your tasks are a breeze. Error prevention and recovery. Make things foolproof so that you can stay on track even when things go wrong. And lastly, accessibility, making things inclusive so that every IT pro can excel at Checkmk. And I won't speak about it myself. Tanya will speak about all the things they did in 2.3, and it will be, I think, one of the highlight talks for today later. Enabling users to extend Checkmk by developing plugins, as you've seen people do, but also via automation is one of the other pillars of Checkmk. And we have now all aspects of creating monitoring plugins covered, from the special agent and active checks to the check plugin itself, to metrics, graph, parameters, and rule sets. And also here, I won't talk about it. Moritz will talk about it later today in depth. We also worked on the REST API, of course. And I won't bore you with all the detailed endpoints which we added, just mentioning them here. For notification rules, you can now also automate, you can basically create them via the REST API. Also, the dynamic configuration is configurable via the REST API now. You can retrieve and archive audit logs and a lot of other things. We also improved a lot of stuff around the REST API. For example, better handling of custom attributes, handling of distributed environments better. Yeah. One example for the use of the REST API is the Ansible collection. And I think we have a little anniversary also to celebrate. Version 5.0.0 was released, I think, on Monday this week. And it's the project which really utilizes the REST API. And it's a community project which is driven by a couple of colleagues of mine, especially by Robin, by Max, and by Lars. And thank you for doing that, for really basically creating this project and putting all your heart into it and driving it. And what is quite nice about this project is that it's another good example of how you can actually have a community project out there. And there are many people active in the project which I've never heard of and I've never seen before. One of them is Michael, and I think he's a Raw Edition user, and he's also not here today. And he has made continuously improvements over the last years. I mean, you can see. And he really does a lot of things, and we want to at least say a little bit of thank you to him as well. And therefore, we also have a nice award for him. We will send it to you. And you really deserve this. So a little applause for him. Maybe he's watching on stream. And if you want to come next year, Michael, if you listen to that, just contact us. I think we can make something happen. The final piece to Checkmk is, of course, the underlying platform. And we continuously strive to make it more secure and scalable. And I think last year we added two-factor authentication, or 2 years ago, and now we actually also added Authenticator app support to make the two-factor authentication of Checkmk much more powerful. Such apps, they generate time-based one-time passwords, which you can now use. Besides, for example, using UV keys as of today. We also did a lot of security best practices. Might annoy you a little bit, but there's a default password policy in Checkmk now. Passwords have to be at least 12 characters long. You can obviously override it in the settings, in the over settings of Checkmk, but it's one of we always try to improve the security of Checkmk, and there are a lot of things which we do under the hood, and there's a lot of things which you might not see, but some of the things like what you see here is, happens as part of all our security efforts. For example, there's also now a security log, a dedicated security log, which logs failed authentication attempts, which logs CSRF tokens which were unsuccessful, which were not found or couldn't be validated, or password changes, for example. When it comes to performance, we typically focus on two major pieces: UI loading times and activate changes execution time. And instead of listing all the improvements to UI loading, I have brought two examples to showcase how we typically do it. Every Checkmk service has or had this add to menu. And the problem with that one is, it's being loaded really, whenever you open a host or when you open a all host view, this is being loaded. And if you have a lot of dashboards, if you have a lot of reports, all of them are read and then loaded already, even if you don't need them. And this can lead very well to high loading times of the UI, even for an action which you might not do very often. So we did a very simple solution. It's not as fancy and sexy anymore, but the add to button is basically now as part of the menu, and only when you click on it, things are being loaded. And as a consequence, all hosts and all service use should be much, much quicker for anyone who has a lot of reports and dashboards. Another example for effective performance boosts to the UI can be shown here in the audit log. And we reworked the audit log, and before there was no audit log rotation. So you can imagine this log can grow very large. And when you try to load that big log into the UI, it takes almost forever. And so the solution was also there, straightforward. Let's just introduce ordered log rotation. Whenever it has more than 300 megabytes, it's being rotated. This is something which is also included in the update mechanics. So when you update to 2.3, automatically the ordered logs will be structured and split into the several logs. And as part of that, we're now able to redesign the ordered log page. So there's a selector now, so only a much smaller file is being loaded, and so therefore it's much faster. We also did a couple of performance boosts for distributed setups. For example, improving the parallelization of computations so that more sites can perform the activation at the same time. We also did some improvements with Checkmk MSP so that the activate changes there goes fast as well. Besides that, we also have another platform. We have the appliance. And the appliance finally went to Debian 12. And it was actually not a simple thing to do. It actually cost us quite some time. And as part of that, we had to migrate to a new file system to overlay FS. And that was, I think, the largest effort as part of that. And while we were at it, we also added UEFI support. We upgraded the bootloader to grub2. And yeah, so I think since then we also added further things to the appliance. And I think we are now at 1.7.2 because when you do such a major change, a lot of things basically can happen. And so, yeah. Speaking about updates, probably a lot of you know this view or some view like that. I mean, probably not that many, but I mean, I'm always biased because when I look at support tickets, I see things like that more often than the average user. And actually, errors happening during the update is something which can happen, especially if you have custom extensions. And in 2.2, we already added the pre-flight check for updates. And so before you do the update or while you do the update, Checkmk checks, is there a problem in the configuration? And what we now added is a much better pre-flight check. Because now the actual site update only happens after you see the last line here. Only if you can see your site now has version 2.3, blah, blah, blah. Actually, the site update has happened. If there's an error which the pre-flight check has found, you can abort and it will completely revert to the previous state, so to the previous version again. So you can just go on, fix things without having to end up in a deadlock or whatever not desirable situation. So this protects you a lot more from issues during the update. And with that, as you can see, the update has become a little bit better as well. We have a lot of new features. I hope you have gotten an appetite for Checkmk 2.3. I also hope you have gotten an appetite for lunch, because that's going to happen soon, I think. And we prepared a lot of, for 2.3, a lot of resources, further reading materials. I really recommend reading through all these works. It's only 1,250. I mean, I did. And check out the release notes, something which we introduced last year for Checkmk 2.2. It says which operating systems are supported, which browser versions are supported with Checkmk. Gives you a little bit more of reliability on what we will support with Checkmk. Also, the update guide is something which I can really just recommend to read. We dedicate a lot of time into writing it to warn you of potential pitfalls in different setups. And yeah. One more thing, by the way. Before you run for lunch, when we do a major release, this is a big effort for us. We do a lot of testing nowadays internally, but to be honest, you can never detect all things. There are always things in production environments which have grown over the time. If you started with Checkmk 1.something, 1.28, then over the time, there's just, these are very organically grown setups. And there's so many edge cases where we can't automate the testing for. And as such, for the first time in our history, we want to thank really the people who did a lot of beta testing, because it might not be a lot of effort for some of you, but for us it's really a big thing, because it really helps to protect other people from experiencing the same problems. And therefore, These people actually get also a couple of awards. One of them is SVA. Gerd, maybe you can stand up as a representative for your colleagues. You will get a nice award from someone. Gerd, are you there? Also, the Rive guys, I mean, they were quite interested in our HTTP check, of course, so they did a lot of feedback for us. You will also get a nice award. I think you're sitting somewhere there. I saw you somewhere here. There they are. Thanks very much. And Comnet, of course, very happy because you did actually find quite a lot of things. Even if you felt like this was not a big contribution for us, it was a big thing. So thanks to the Comnet guys, they're here in the front. Here they are. Oh, yeah, okay. And besides companies, we also had individuals who were very helpful, and I think both of them are not here today. I mean, maybe the one guy who came from Canada on short notice is Daniel, but I don't know. So we had Marcus from Switzerland. Marcus is a very fun guy. He found one bug which was very embarrassing, and I'm very happy that he found it, because otherwise you would have probably found it when we only had released stable. So thanks for that. And also, whenever we do get bug reports, it's never trivial. Like, some are very trivial, like where we immediately know what is broken, but sometimes it's really not straightforward, and it requires a lot of troubleshooting on the user side to figure out what really is broken. And Daniel really had a lot of stamina. He really helped us a lot with troubleshooting a couple of bugs. And thanks to you, Daniel, as well. We will send the award to you to Canada. And thanks for your patience. And the last award, don't worry, now you can almost go to lunch soon, is our Olli Kahn Memorial Award. And it's a special one. For the non-Germans here, Olli Kahn, he was the goalkeeper of Bayern Munich, a legendary goalkeeper. And he was asked post-game interview why they lost 0-2 versus Schalke. And his answer was, balls. We need balls. And just a few weeks before the release, I actually called a couple of our partners, because we needed more input, because we didn't feel like the release is yet there that we can that we feel confident to put it into the wild. And so we actually asked, and most said, can't update my custom environments. It's very risky to do so. I'd rather wait a little bit. And one person actually said, okay, I'm going to do it. And he trusted us enough and had the balls to do it. And therefore, André, you also get an award. And it was actually very good that André did it, because he found 2 bugs during the update. Unfortunately, he was able to fix them immediately, because, I mean, he knows Checkmk quite well. So that's Checkmk 2.3. It's out there. Try to play around with it. Let us know what you think about it. We really would like to hear your feedback on it. There are many things which we plan for the future as well. We will go into much more details into some of the specific bigger things later in the afternoon. And now let's see if we have some time for questions. I think 5 minutes for questions. No, I just need to get the questions somewhere. Okay. First question, any plans to expand monitoring of proxmox? Actually, to be honest, right now not. But it's something very easy for us to do. I mean, if so many people ask for it, it's something we could do, because we have a big proxmox environment ourselves. We have a proxmox specialist in-house. And I think Alex, our proxmox guy, will be quite happy if we do it. We would just need to know what exactly you guys need. So please go to the plugins playground. There's a guy called Niklas. Talk to him. He will collect your input. And then I think what we just need is, what are your ideas? What do we need to extend? And for Proxmox, I think we can do it. Marius, I think, yeah. So the redfish checks could replace the current management board checks in general. That's the idea. So that's where we're all heading to. I mean, we see the industry, like almost every big vendor is already supporting redfish. I think this is really, it helps us because we have unified services. All the services have the same service, so it allows us to build actually quite better analysis, better dashboards, all these things. So this is where we are heading. And that's why we also will mainline it. That's why we need your feedback. If there is one management board where it doesn't really work, I mean, it happened because not every management board supports redfish and has all the things. But this is our goal. I mean, it's also Andreas's goal. So please report bugs at Andreas. Roadmap topics we can address in the roadmap talk tomorrow. The check certificate, we will also talk about that in the HTTP talk, so we just put it there later. And that's a very important one. Last, maybe, can someone give a microphone to Lars? Because Lars, you can answer that one. Why is the Checkmk service not named Checkmk? Because I want it, but Lars says no.
I mean, hello?
Stand up, please.
Yeah, sorry. So, yeah, mic is on. Actually, that's mostly a migration issue. You can imagine that's the service that has been there since day one and dozens of rule sets somehow being tied to it. And if you would now change that in existing installations, that would be a major pain for, I guess, all of you. So that's the reason why we hesitate to rename that. For new installations, you could think, well, we might want to do that because that's a clean environment, but then you have the user menu and the videos, tutorials out there which need to mention, yeah, in previous to version X, it's this and then it's that. And that's another issue we would have to manage, and not only we, but also you. And so that's basically the reason why we kept it untouched so far. Maybe there's a day where we want to rename that, but that's a high price to pay. So this is why it is like it is.
Bontek, are you here? Ah, there he is. Because we can talk about, Robert, your question about the service rediscovery button for check parameters. I mean, Moritz, you can also answer it, but I think as Bontek did the service labels, I think, and it's actually there will be good news, but there's also a little bit of sad news why we didn't do it now. Bontek. Does the new service rediscovery button also update check parameters?
So in short, it doesn't at the moment, but as Martin said, there's some good news. It's something we're working towards too. So this is something you can basically look forward to. Yeah, as in we are changing the underlying structure. As Martin showed in the presentation, it's an approach we try to do with the checkboxes, so you're able to control like the granular stuff. Yeah, so basically look out for it in the near future.
It was actually already part of Checkmk 2.3, but there were so many UI issues with it, because imagine how do you display all these check parameters in there, and we just finished this feature just before the release, and we said this is too risky to put in, so we rather really refine that and make it a proper feature and then put it into Checkmk. But will be coming soon. Can someone click away these things, because I can't read the stuff. I mean, you can put them into archive, because later, or like that. Or is this the message that I should stop and we should go for lunch, yeah? Okay, yes. So thanks very much. Enjoy lunch.
And hello back. So, first section of the talks for today is over. Let us know what you think. Have you tried Checkmk 2.3 yet? And if so, what are your favorite features so far? We will now have a lunch break and then continue with more talks on Checkmk 2.3 and more. So check out the agenda to learn more and, as we say in Germany, guten Appetit. I will now start a live poll in Slido about your favorite improvement or new feature from Checkmk 2.3, and let's catch up on the results after the break. See you back at 13:55. And we're back after lunch. I hope you also had a great break and ready for our next talks. But first, let's take a look at the results on the most loved 2.3 features. First would be the UX improvements, then Nutanix integration, the merge of cloud and MSP, then a good feature was top and dashboard feature that Tobias found very useful for wall-mounted displays, as you're not able to interact with this. Agree? Then update pre-flight check, network state rediscover change, and improved host labels and separate label updates in the periodic service discovery, as well as improved pre-flight checks. That's really great. It's very interesting. I will pass it to our product team. But now let's switch to our next talks, which are new in 2.3, powerful and efficient monitoring of web services by Marcel Arends, our product manager. Self-service website monitoring with Checkmk by Thomas Schmitz and Michael Wolf from Brevet Digital. And new in 2.3, synthetic monitoring has arrived by Simon Megle. Let's go.
web services monitoring with Checkmk, and I welcome Marcel on stage. And because we spoke a lot about what we have done, now here comes the actual content about what did we really do and why did we do it.
Thanks. So HTTP monitoring is an important thing across all companies, you all know that. And the plugin we use to monitor such web endpoints is alive since 25 years. And it did a very good job. The plugin provides the most basic information about general availability, response times, or for basic content checks. Also, the plugin turned out to be very resilient for, let's say, interesting web implementations. Yet, it more and more lacks features or options for a changing IT world. And HTTP2 support is just one of the more prominent examples for that. I mean, it already got its successor by HTTP3. But if you need a new feature or a bug to be fixed, we cannot just add that to the plugin directly in Checkmk. We need to raise an issue on monitoring plugins and then have to be patient while waiting. And this waiting for a bug fix sometimes includes waiting for a fix on Nagios plugins and the translation to the version of monitoring plugins. So the steps to fix a bug includes raising the issue, waiting for the fix and adoption, waiting for the next release of monitoring plugins, applying the new version in Checkmk, and finally releasing a Checkmk version containing this fix. And this often takes months, sometimes years. We're still waiting for TLS 1.3 or HTTP 2 support. So what can we do about that? We could have switched back to Nagios plugins in hope for faster bug fixes or eventually new features. We could also have switched to another implementation from monitoring plugins itself, for example, Checkmk. And we could engage directly as a contributor to one of these two projects. But the main problem would persist. We have no ability to fix bugs within the next patch release of Checkmk or even add features for a future release. More importantly, Nagios plugins use C as a programming language. And as a fork, the same applies for monitoring plugins. This allows implementing things on a very low level, but is also much more error-prone, as we could see most recently with the problems during parsing of HTML page bodies. So we chose a fourth option by implementing the plugin ourselves. This allowed us to own the code and use a programming language we are already familiar with. We're finally able to provide the outputs in our Checkmk style, using part results and avoiding redundant information. And finally, we are able to add new features much more easily and as needed. It allowed us, for example, to implement all the new features. 6 of them I will show you now. Maybe. I guess the biggest change is the ability to create more than one service within a single rule. With the new design of configuring active checks, you are able to create as many services as you need per host. And this is especially useful if you have a set of HTTP endpoints that you want to monitor from different locations. You just need one single rule assigned to all affected hosts on the different Checkmk sites. The configuration of an endpoint itself has been simplified and organized in a more transparent way. The first part is to give your service a name. This has been confusing in the past, as a dynamically added prefix was not explicitly configurable. Instead, you had to add a circumflex at the beginning of the service name to disable that feature. And now it's transparent that the service name contains two parts, and you can control the prefix directly. This complements with the ability to provide the complete web address in one piece, considering the official notation of URLs. It's also adding transparency to the URL that you want to check. And please note, there's one exception here. You must not enter credentials in this field in plain text, but you have to use the authentication option instead. And this allows us to hide the information in the service details and allows the usage of the Checkmk password store. Of course, also macros are supported to be used in the URL as well as in the service name. With that, you have a bunch of possibilities to fully automate your HTTP monitoring rules by using the data directly from the host properties instead of providing them explicitly in the rule. And to control the shared configurations of your endpoints in a rule, you can use now standard settings that apply to all endpoints in this rule. This allows you to define things once and make them effective for all. And this also applies for later changes. But what if you need an individual override for a specific endpoint? Maybe you did already see the answer in the slide. You can just define them per endpoint. It's simple as that. This allows you to override standard settings or thresholds as well as to remove the option completely, like the check for response times. Rather than defining individual thresholds like you see in the screenshot, you could also just use no levels to disable the check for this endpoint completely. And finally, you all have been waiting for, you are not forced anymore to create two rules to monitor a single HTTPS endpoint. Just decide now if you want to monitor the content and the performance together with the certificate in one service, or keep them split as before. It's now totally up to your requirements and not predetermined anymore. But as I said, rewriting the plugin ourselves does not only give us opportunities on the configuration side. It also gave us total freedom in structuring the service output. You get more insights into that part in the next talk, so I will focus on the main topics here. With the new plugin, you get a much more precise summary without the redundant written state, including a focused summary if everything is fine, and with part results if something went wrong. And of course, you get all this information also in a structured way in the service details. As you can see here. So some data will always be shown, such as the method being used to connect to the HTTP endpoint. Other data will be present as soon as it becomes relevant, such as the URL the check has been redirected to, which you will see in the next talk. And all in all, you get a much more precise information of what you wanted to check at all and the according results without the need of looking into the rule again. And this level of insights in the service details is something that is completely new for the HTTP monitoring services. So let me summarize the new HTTP monitoring. We already added some long-needed features directly during the rewrite, such as token-based authentication, HTTP 2 and TLS 1.3 support, or the option to include a basic certificate monitoring directly in the same service. We added the possibility of adding multiple endpoints per rule, improved the service summary and details, and even got a slightly better performance, especially in scenarios where HTTPS is used. And here we could have stopped, right? But when we initially started, we had this weird problem of one rule set being responsible for the creation of two different kinds of services. One option to solve the situation has been to split this single rule set. We would have simplified the configuration and valued the fact that monitoring web services is a different task than monitoring certificates. During internal discussion, a colleague of mine boiled it down perfectly. Monitoring certificates is not exclusive to the HTTP protocol. In the end, it's not even exclusive to TCP. So as you meanwhile know, we eventually kept basic monitoring of certificates in the HTTP rule set, yet we still realize that we have the opportunity to add a complete new value to Checkmk by enabling monitoring of certificates regardless of the application protocol behind. Back then, we still thought that we will do the rewrite along the way, and so we shifted the scope of the certificate monitoring and gave it much more space. Unfortunately, migrating the original certificate monitoring scope to its own rule set looked a bit sad. It was a single option with a threshold and definitely not what we would call a cool and useful feature. So we had to add some more value to this part to make this plugin happen. And to illustrate this, why it is actually important, I will shortly guide you through a true story that went public by the end of last year. Some of you may know it. Radically simplified, when you're using a service in the internet, you connect as a client, and the server on the other side provides a certificate to prove that you're talking to the right machine and to encrypt the transferred data during that particular session. And the story now begins that some people run these Java messaging servers. The older guys here and women may know this. It's not that popular anymore. That uses certificates to do exactly what I just described, ensuring the authenticity and encrypt the transferred data. To accomplish that, they used the well-known Let's Encrypt service, and it was working totally fine until October 2023. Suddenly, the administrators got user reports about an expired certificate for their Java service. But even as all certificates on the servers seemed to be up to date, still the clients got an outdated one. And after some investigation, including log analysis and the extensive usage of Wireshark, they found out that the certificate provided to the client has not been issued by any of the Java servers. And the clients, even ending up on the correct Java server, in the end made their connection to a completely different server on a different port. So they have been clearly under a machine in the middle attack since quite some time. And there are some ways to do that. In this particular case, the attacker put a transparent proxy between the clients and the servers. And for that, the attacker got the required help of the datasend provider himself, as you need to route the traffic to a different network address to make that happen. And this change caused a network interrupt of only 6 seconds. No one noticed the attack at all, for at least 6 months. And potentially this would have been still undiscovered if not the attacker simply forgot to renew the certificate. Even if the administrators of these servers would have been monitoring the validity of their certificates, they also still would not have discovered the man in the machine in the middle attack, as the used certificates have been officially issued and valid, at least for some time. So long story short, what I want to say is you should monitor more than the validity of your critical endpoints. And I know that there's no bulletproof monitoring if someone really wants and has the resources to intercept your encrypted traffic. But you can make it much harder to hide such an attack by monitoring other parameters of your certificate. And that's the point where we kind of escalated by adding massive functionality to ensure that your certificate is really yours and is matching certain requirements. The new active check is currently only limited to TCP and beside of that able to check certificates on any application protocol, except for Start TLS. You can not only check for certain thresholds, such as the assurance that your certificate will expire after 90 or 180 days latest, you can also check for a lot more values to ensure the authenticity of, for example, the issuer or subject, or to ensure that internal policies are fulfilled by checking the used certificate signature algorithms. So all in all, what you see here is the first but extensive set of options we already added in Checkmk 2.3. And of course, you get in the certificate services also the improved results, including part results if more than one check was not okay. To explore and use the new rules, you need to find them. Both new checks are located in the same menu entry as the other active checks for HTTP and TCP. And you will notice the new topic here, networking, and the new HTTP and certificate monitoring will be located here. We will use such topics more often with the new ruleset API to organize the rules and make them easier to find. The old HTTP check is still fully available in 2.3 to enable you a smooth migration, and you find it here where you know it. So speaking of smooth migration, as the new HTTP check is much more strict and precise, a migration may take some time. This and the optional consolidation of HTTP and HTTP certificate monitoring are the main reason why we do not provide an automatic migration. It's just not possible to have a standard way of migration that works for all users, or at least for most of you. On the other side, migrating manually has the opportunity to make use of all these new features. The old rule set, meanwhile, will be deprecated, beginning with Checkmk 2.4 and removed in Checkmk 2.5. This should give you more than enough time to plan and execute your migration properly. And additionally, we're planning to write a migration script that can be executed manually and on demand to auto-migrate at least some easy rules, only if you want to. And that's it, and I'm open for questions. Thank you.
So the question you have anticipated, I guess, is coming.
I'm curious.
Yeah. In the new check certificate, there's the option to allow self-signed certificates.
Yes.
What about Check HTTP?
It's a good point. Actually, we should remove it there too. Now, seriously, there's a difference in monitoring endpoints, HTTP endpoints, where you want to monitor the availability, the content, or login of an endpoint. And the certificate on that point ensures that you're talking to the correct endpoint while providing sensible information and to encrypt the data. If you're monitoring certificates, you want to monitor this specific certificate. And it doesn't matter if it's self-signed or any other certificate, if you monitor it for the issuer, for the subject, for the encryption algorithm, for a serial number or so. So it's much less, it's not possible to have a machine in the middle attack if you monitor the certificate itself. On the other side, monitoring the self-signed certificate is necessary too.
So if I understand correctly, we will build an option that also when you monitor HTTP endpoints via the HTTP check, you will also be able to do them if they're using self-signed certificates.
Hopefully not. Maybe two. Yeah, that's the thing that we are discussing right now internally, and why I'm struggling on this answer is one thing. So I truly believe having an option in your rule set to disable the certificate check is not what you want. So let me explain that a little bit more. So if you are in a class and you have a teacher, and the teacher is taking care that everyone is present, and they have to show their ID, and they get the ID from the school, and it's taking it, and suddenly one shows a self-signed ID. So what you not want to do is allow all self-written and painted IDs. You want to allow this particular one. And this is where we want to head in the long term. So if you have the problem, and for example, you have a vSphere server, and this vSphere server is just communicating over 443 HTTPS, and has a self-signed certificate, what you want to do is allow this particular self-signed certificate, and you want to do it as easy as possible. What you not want to do is allow any certificate in the world. And what we will work on in the next days, weeks, and months is to think carefully about how can we provide this functionality to you to enable you to have still a safe monitoring.
I mean, our clear goal is that in the end you have a replacement, because we can't deprecate the old check HTTP rule set without giving you an alternative. But what we believe is just allowing you using self-signed certificate and not thinking about the repercussions of that is maybe not the right thing. So therefore, what we are currently discussing internally is what is the best way, how we can do it, enabling you to monitor all HTTP endpoints as you want, but being aware that if you do that, there are also some basically consequences of doing so, and there are many ways how we can solve it, how we can do it better, and we will come up with something in the next couple of weeks and months. Hopefully weeks. Okay.
Next.
So, what about certificates in Windows Store or on file system?
Good question. And we had that question during development, and we decided to not open up that part for now. But it's I guess it's a question for the certificate monitoring. And it's a valid question, and it's a possible feature. So it's depending on you how important that is, if we add that feature later on or not.
I asked the other question first because I have to understand Josef's question before that.
Yeah.
The one from Ralph is quite easy. Is proxy support built in the HTTP check?
Yeah, the answer is also easy, is yes. And
no, I understand.
I can make the answer a little bit longer. Yes, and you can also use now the integrated proxy in Checkmk that you can configure in the global settings. You can use the OS proxy defined, or you can provide a custom proxy.
I'm still struggling with the question.
The first
but
one?
then I looked at when it was asked at 2:06, so 20 minutes ago. So it might have been answered along the way, Josef, with the new check certificate check. Does it answer you? Because I know you're here in the group.
As far as I understand, I just answered the question because it's currently not possible to monitor certificates on a file system. And we're talking about if we add that.
Okay, yeah. Then, I mean,
No.
we're talking about HTTP 2. Do we have HTTP 3 support already?
Not yet. And the reason for that is, correct me if I'm wrong, Andy, the reason for that is the Rust request module that we're using is currently, it has experimental support for HTTP 3.
Do you want to answer yourself?
But no official though.
Okay. But soon? Don't know. Okay.
So it's dependent on the Rust Foundation if they are, and when they add that. Yeah.
Yeah. Would it make sense to rename the old HTTP plugin rule or HTTP rule?
Maybe.
Yeah, I think it makes sense. Yeah. Thanks for the input. So we have from Hans the question, which we also expected, kind of. Yeah. If you have more than 2,500 HTTP checks, how do you migrate them from one to the other version? Yeah. What kind of? And I think
first part is hopefully afterwards you don't need 2,500 routes anymore. And the second part is my previous slide, which I cannot go back because then you don't see the questions anymore. As I said, we will provide on midterm a migration script that you can execute, but during interviews we discovered that it's almost half-half. Users that want an auto migration or do not want an auto migration. So we decided to be safe and do not force anyone that is being auto migrated without asking, and instead providing a script that you can execute manually if you want to.
From Ingo, how do I configure the password and user in the check HTTP configuration?
So I read a question that you got confused by one of the slides, how to add user and password. And it's simply, there's an option, it's called authentication. And there you have to choose if you want to have a token-based authentication or a basic authentication. Then you enter the username and you can use the password store for passwords or enter it in clear text, which I would not recommend. So it's just simply another option and not included in the plain text field in the rule set of the URL.
Okay, from Christian a question. Is it possible to also run the script, the new check HTTP v2 also on an agent?
It's the second question. Okay, is the web service?
Yeah, it's always, like people vote, so it skips around. Just listen to what I say.
It's an active check that is running on the Checkmk server itself. So while this plugin is compiled for Linux, you can obviously run it on any Linux system, but it's not meant to be deployed on other systems. For that, we have the RobotMK integration, and we would recommend to use that to make a more extensive monitoring of your endpoints.
Okay, this is an easy one. Is it still possible to use host variables and custom attributes in the new check HTTP plugin?
Yes.
And from Fabian, is it also possible to check the validity of an intermediate or root certificate?
I guess he asked me that question half a year ago, and the answer is no. Currently we just check the chain, if we trust the chain, and not the certificates of the root certificate or intermediate 2, except for the check certificate, where we added the possibility of verify that specific fields of the issuer are correct. So with the check certificate, you can actually, here you are. You can actually monitor if the intermediate is actually this one that you expect.
Okay. There are many more questions. If you have further questions, Marcel is here at the conference the next 2 days. You can always ask him. You can also ask, for example, Andy, our developer. Maybe you can stand up. Maybe then people can see you. He also knows quite a lot about it because there's still a lot of questions here. But we have another talk which also talks about the same stuff, but from the user perspective. And so thanks Marcel first for
Thank you.
this talk. And for the next talk, we actually have a user speaking about the new check HTTP v2. And more than 1 year ago, I got this email and it included a PDF, I think it was 3 pages long, and displaying all the issues with the previous check HTTP, describing what problems they had, why it's not sufficient anymore, and really asking, please help us, please create something which solves that. And this was one of the trigger moments for us to decide, hey, let's do it. We really need to work on it. We have known about the underlying issues, of course, for a long time. But for us, this was really like a really comprehensive overview of what we need to fix. And this was also a little bit our guiding star on when we implement all the new features, what we need to do when we do it, if we don't only just plainly rewrite it. And therefore, applause to the Rewe Digital guys. Can come on stage. Thanks for pushing us. Yeah.
Okay. Well, our talk will be about self-service website monitoring with Checkmk. First of all, I will introduce ourselves. This is Thomas Schmitz.
Hello, everyone.
My name is Michael Wolf. We are both from Rewe Digital, or Rewe Digital, if you pronounce it in English, the IT service provider of Rewe Group in Germany. We work in the team Observability. Our team offers different monitoring solutions for both systems monitoring and application performance monitoring. I have been working at Rewe for 25 years, and Thomas is with us for 4 years now. The solution we will present today was mainly developed by Thomas. Okay, first have a look at the agenda. The presentation is divided into 6 sections. First, we present some information about our company, then how we use Checkmk, then we talk about the actual state of website monitoring at Rewe. We will introduce the concept of our self-service website monitoring, then we will illustrate this concept with one example, and in the end we give a short outlook to website monitoring in Checkmk 2.3. Okay. Who are we? First, we will have a look at Rewe Group. Rewe Group is one of the big German retail companies with supermarkets and other business units. In 2022, we generated total external sales of 85 billion euros. Those of who they are from Germany, you will know Rewe and Penny supermarkets from the list here. Those from Austria and Eastern Europe surely know Billa and Penny markets. Then we have do-it-yourself stores like Tome. And last but not least, the travel and tourism segment with tour operators and travel agencies like Der Tour, ITS or Kuoni. The next slide is about Rewe Digital. We have 2,250 IT specialists, 2 of them on stage today. We provide IT services for more than 7,300 markets in Germany with nearly 200,000 employees. And we control about 80 data centers in Germany, and we have 10 administrative locations in Germany, Austria, Spain, and Bulgaria. So, what do all these IT specialists do? A lot of them are software and requirement engineers. And of course, our merchandise planning and control systems, for those who speak German, it would be the Warenwirtschaftssystem. Well, these systems and the logistics systems and of course the Rewe online shop, they are developed in-house so that we can make ourselves unique from our competitors. Then of course we have not only developers, we have DevOps engineers and systems engineers, and of course we do monitoring. So now we come to how we use Checkmk at Rewe Digital. I will only talk about our production environments. Of course, we also have development and test environments. So our main monitoring environment is Checkmk 2.2 on Red Hat Enterprise Linux 8. We have one central site and 8 remote sites with about 5,400 hosts, mostly Linux and AIX. In the future, we will also do Windows monitoring with Checkmk. We have more than 325,000 services and about 200 users. Well, what do we monitor with Checkmk with this environment? We do systems monitoring, storage monitoring, database monitoring. We have a lot of plugins and local checks with custom monitoring scripts. And we do availability and content checks. No, that's the wrong. Well, the users are DevOps and system engineers. And normally they only see those systems they are responsible for, which we achieve with contact groups in Checkmk. Okay, then we have another environment, the self-service monitoring environment. We do not call it self-service website monitoring environment because in the future we might also add some other self-services for other topics to this environment. This is also Checkmk 2.2 on RHEL 8. There, of course, we use the check HTTP active check in version 2.2. The new version is not yet available. We have one central site, we have one remote site, which is for URLs in the demilitarized zone or in the internet. At the moment, we have about 600 hosts. We are still in the migration process from the old solution, which I will explain in a few seconds. We have about 1,600 services, 100 users. In this case, the users are mostly software engineers, so those colleagues who develop the sites, requirement engineers. And currently we have 800 websites. In the end, it will be more than 300 websites. Okay, what is the actual state? We monitor, as I already told you, we monitor about 3,000 websites. This number is quickly increasing. In fact, at the moment, we already have 3,500 websites. What services do we monitor? Of course, the HTTP status code. Then we monitor if the request runs into a timeout, the response time, the content check, which is a string or a regular expression to find on the website. We do login with basic authentication, and then, of course, certificate validity. So this, at the moment, we have a self-developed solution within SCOM. SCOM, most of us will know, is the monitoring solution from Microsoft. It's called System Center Operations Manager. This is for historical reasons, which I will not explain here. The configuration is done by XML files. But with this solution, we have some problems. First of all, SCOM has a very user-unfriendly interface. It's very slow, not intuitive. The customers have no access to the configuration files, but we get a lot of requests concerning the configuration details, which then we have to look up. The architecture is not scalable, so we do not know when all this will come to an end. Testing is very time-consuming because from changing the XML files to the activation of the check, it takes more than 30 minutes, so you spend a lot of time waiting during testing. And then, last but not least, it was developed by someone who is now in a different team, and he's the only SCOM expert we have in our company. And neither Thomas nor me want to become SCOM experts, and that is also the reason why we want to, or one of the reasons why we want to move the Windows monitoring to Checkmk in the near future. So what is the concept of our self-website monitoring? As I told you, I think I told you, we're still in the process of migrating from the old to this new system. Well, first of all, we created a subgroup in GitLab. We use GitLab. And there you can see each team that wants to have their website monitored has an own project in GitLab where they can edit the configuration files, which now are in YAML, written in YAML. Then we have a sync project, and if one team member edits a YAML file and does a commit, then the trigger is running a CI/CD pipeline, And in the sync project, the check and do changes jobs will run. These are Python script. The check first checks the syntax of the YAML file, and then the do changes job propagates the changes firstly into a configuration database. And then on the Checkmk side, we have a cron job running once a minute. And the cron job checks the database for changes. And if it detects any changes, these are propagated to Checkmk via the REST API. And what happens exactly then? First we add a new host, if it not yet exists. The host corresponds to the domain part of the URL. Then we create or edit several rules. And in the end, we activate the changes. And then all this takes about 3 to 4 minutes from the commit to activating the changes in Checkmk. We will show an example how to add some websites. This is, of course, a constructed example because we cannot show our real production environment here. We will just monitor 2 Checkmk websites, the forum site that we saw in Marcel's talk already and in the works side. So let's have a look at the YAML file. At the top, you see an application ID. This means that all the checks in this file will belong to this application. Of course, this is a fake number in this case. Then we have the certificate lifetimes in days, the response time in minutes, the timeout in minutes. Oh, in seconds, sorry, of course, in seconds. The content expression, this is a regular expression. A dot means, of course, any character will match. A location internet, that is how to know which site to use. As I told you, we have the site in the demilitarized zone, which is responsible for URLs either in the demilitarized zone itself or in the internet. So this check would run on that side. Then we have this automatic restart parameter. This goes a bit beyond Checkmk because we have an event management system. And that can trigger a restart of the web server in case of an event as a response to the event. And this is to minimize on-call operations, and which is especially important during the night, so that nobody has to be called by phone. We try an automatic restart, and normally the problem then is solved. Okay, then we have the checks itself, the 2 websites here, the works page and the forum page. There we have the criticality. The criticality corresponds to the service level in Checkmk and controls the type of escalation. So the on-call operation is only for criticality very high. Then we have a label that corresponds to a service label in Checkmk this check will get. And then we have content expression here. So on this level, you can override all parameters from above. Above we had content expression, the dot, and now we have changelog. And then for the other URLs, we have some different parameters. Okay, what happens if I do a commit? The pipeline will run, and here we see the result. The pipeline ran about for 1 minute and some seconds, and we see that the check changes and do changes were both successful. And now the configuration, as I told you, has been written into the database. And on the Checkmk side, the cron job will fetch the changes and propagate to Checkmk via the REST API. And then in Checkmk we have 4 new services. Remember that this is still Checkmk 2.2. And let's zoom in because we can't read anything here. Here we have the 4 changes, 1 change for the certificate and the other for the rest. Okay. Now, what will happen in Checkmk 2.3? The new Active Check has already been explained in detail by Marcel, so we'll just focus on the things that are interesting for us. We have a massive reduction of rules, as Marcel already explained. Several websites can now be included in one rule, and we have no additional rule for certificate monitoring. And of course, we have also fewer services. Then there are some problems fixed with HTML body parsing. This is that some information of the body don't in the header do not correspond to the body. Then, yes, authentication tokens can be stored in the Checkmk password store. We have HTTP 2.0 support, which we need for some websites. And then, okay, Checkmk uses OpenSSL 3.0 instead of the old 1.1. This, of course, also affects the old Check HTTP plugin. There is a workaround available in case you have some older devices which do not know what OpenSSL 3.0 is. Then, for us, an important thing is the improved information in the summary details. This is a screenshot from 2.2. We see the summary, but the details are empty. And in 2.3, with a new version of the Active Check, we have a lot of details, the URL, then we have the follow redirect, as Marcel announced. So these two URLs can be directly called here and tested here. We see these fixed parameters, the get method and so on. And then at the end, we have the parameters that are checked. For example, here we see the content checked, the expected regex in body is username. And in case of an error or warning, in the old version it was often difficult to find the real cause of the problem. And here it's much easier because we have this warn and critical tags, and then we can much faster identify the cause of the problem. And this, of course, leads to much better notification messages. So what is our plan for upgrading to Checkmk 2.3? Of course, first we will upgrade the environment. As Marcel explained, the Check HTTP rules are not migrated automatically to the new version, but Check HTTP, the old version, is now deprecated. And we want to migrate the checks per folder, that means per team. There's already one team who said, I want to be the first. We will deactivate the old checks via a script. Then we will add the new rules via another script based on the configuration in GitLab, respectively in the database. So we have all the configuration in the database, and if we have a script, then it's the same if I migrate one rule or I migrate 100 rules. Then we will activate the changes, and if everything works, delete the old HTTP rules. But we will wait with the migration from the old SCOM solution to this. We will wait because first we want to upgrade the environment, because we do not want to migrate from SCOM to the old Active Check and then another migration to the new Active Check. We will directly migrate the main part of all the old checks to the new Active Check and Checkmk 2.3. Okay, question and answers.
Thank you very much. By the way, is it true that you wanted to move away from Checkmk for website monitoring?
We had a discussion about which tool to use, but finally we decided to use Checkmk.
We were very afraid. I mean, it's only 2,000 services, but... Okay, we have a couple of questions. First one from Ralph. Yeah, can you speak a little bit more about your Checkmk site setup? How big are the servers that you have? I mean, you have this one big environment. I think that's what we are talking about. How big are this? Like, How big are the servers? How much CPU, how much RAM do you have? Do you know?
I think that we have 8 sites, and each one have around 12 CPUs. And how many RAM? I think it is 36, am I correct? I'm not, at the end, I need to check our documentation, but on that end, we have around 800 servers per site at the moment.
Yes, I think we increased the number of CPUs in the past because we had to increase the checker and helper sizes.
Now we need to increase the fetcher. It's ongoing.
Regarding checker helper, I think I saw one question where someone asked, do you also adapt the checker helpers automatically, or do you do that manually?
Manually.
We do that manually.
Do you have to do it often? I mean, if you add so many more active checks.
Basically, we are checking how many checks we will add and increase it before we import them, and then monitor the performance graph.
I think 1 or 2 years ago we had to increase them very kind of often, but now it's rather quiet, I think.
How big is the self-service monitoring instance? How many CPUs and RAM do you know?
At the moment, we have only 4 CPUs. We are monitoring 600 checks, so we are checking how many CPU we need to investigate for this.
So 4 CPUs only at the moment. Okay, that's not
That's not so much. We may need to increase here.
And why do you have 2 Checkmk instances? Why do you have your data center server monitoring and your self-service monitoring?
Yeah, basically in the self-service, it's due to these Checkmk activations. For the self-monitoring, there are several activations when the user is changing something in the pipeline, and we need to separate that. And want to have a separate environment for this self-service monitoring because there are a lot of rules, and we need to want to have them separated.
How often are there changes? Like how often do you, not right now or in the future, how often do you think there will be new websites added or changes to the monitoring?
I think a few times a day, because there are also some automatic ways where they change the YAML file in the GitLab automatically. We have a pipeline one when they start an application or something like that.
Someone is asking how you do the remediation. How do you do the automatic restart of the web server?
Okay, I talked about the Advanced Management Tool. This is a tool we use Netcool from IBM, and we send you notifications from this Checkmk to Netcool, and in Netcool the event triggers a job in an automation solution. We have VMware vRealize Orchestrator of VMware, and then we have some parameters. Netcool sends some parameters to these vRealize Orchestrator, and the Realize Orchestrator has access to the server where the web server runs, and then it can restart the web server. And normally this helps, because if you call someone during the night, this web server has a problem, what does he do? He restarts the web server, and then he goes back to bed. And in 90% of the cases, this helps. So we could reduce the number of calls during the night. We could reduce this number massively.
Okay. You also do context checks or content checks.
Content checks. Mm-hmm.
Are you happy with that you can just do the content checks on the HTML response? Or, we have basically Harry asking, Harry Hirsch, you know him from the documentation maybe, if you would also like to check, for example, for valid DOM trees or for certain DOM nodes.
Yeah, sometimes we have a request, for example, for JSON. We want to pass something in a JSON which we cannot do in a regular expression. That's, but in most of the cases it works. So,
in most cases this is sufficient.
Sounds like we need check JSON. Mm. Do you have high availability or disaster recovery in place for your entire monitoring?
Not real high availability, no.
Basically, they're based on VMware, and when the ESX host is crashing, it's automatically moved to another ESX host, but we have nothing else.
But do you have any issues? Or did you have issues?
No, the environment is running for the last 4 years without any issues.
I think we had more problems with the high availability feature.
Then the Checkmk.
Yes, because if you have no outage, then you have to administer the high availability feature, and this often causes problems.
Okay. Almost over. Thank you very much for presenting it here. Thanks very much for pushing us to get this feature done. We are very happy that you really gave us a lot of feedback as well, and we hope that all of you benefit from that as well. And with that, thanks very much.
Yes, and thanks to you for developing the feature so
I didn't do it.
so rapidly, but for your company. Okay.
By the way, if you have more questions, you have seen how they look like. You can ask them, of course, in the breaks. And next up is, we are still staying in the same realm. We're still staying in web services, applications, and it's something which we have talked now, I think, for 2 or 3 conferences about, and I'm quite happy that it's here. Simon Megle, our product manager from Synthetic Monitoring, will come and share with you what we have now delivered for Checkmk 2.3.
Can you start the video, please?
Hey, finally! The holidays book right after the fabulous Checkmk Conference 10. No more rental stuff this year. I'm gonna splurge on some serious surfing equipment. This website looks to have everything I need. Let's grab this. A wetsuit. Can definitely also use it in Munich to go to work in June, duh. Of course, I cannot go without a kite, and safety first. Definitely getting a helmet. The prices look good. Let's check out before I change my mind. Huh? What's that? How am I supposed to stay committed to impulsive purchases when they are impossible to make? It's simply not worth it. I'd rather go to the Alps.
Tja, what happened here?
Hey, finally!
What happened here? 2 things in general. One visible, we had a bug in the tax calculation module and the price calculation was broken. The invisible thing is, what happened? We have an annoyed customer and perhaps a bad review about the shop. And the customer perhaps buys from a competitor, and in the end, we have a revenue loss. Imagine this is your company. How would your monitoring look like? You would set up a basic monitoring for your operating system, no problem. You would set up some service checks. Not in sync, okay. Some service checks for TCP port 80, or to check if the Apache server is running. And also implement some checks which check the homepage or the validity of the certificate. Everything is green. But the only one who knows from this error is your customer at the moment. So everyone who runs IT is on a kind of higher mission. If you run this web shop, then you have to make sure that customers can really use this system, that they can buy articles from the web shop, and that the system in the end generates money. And for that reason, you must not only monitor from your perspective, but also from the perspective of the customer. Because your internal monitoring won't tell you in full detail if the full stack of this web shop is working or not. So what means working? This is measured in 3 dimensions. First, availability. So do these services respond at all? Performance. How is the response quality? How fast do these services respond? And in the end, functionality. And functionality is something you can only hardly monitor with Checkmk because there is no standardization for web shops. There is no standard check for that. And for that reason, you need to automate this process. You need automated tests. This is such an automated test which exactly does the same. It exactly does what a real user would do on this web shop, again and again and again. And if something goes wrong, you get notified from your monitoring system. And if this test fails, this check, then you know probably your customer has the same problem. You also need detailed log files which help you to tackle down to the root cause of this error and which give you a nice error message which clearly communicates what's really wrong with your web shop. For example, the expected price wasn't found on this page. So this is synthetic monitoring in a nutshell. And this adds a huge added value to your monitoring system, and the possibilities here are really endless. We at Checkmk are on a mission to make this integration into Checkmk as seamless as possible. And this is done in 3 different dimensions. First, develop the test, then you have to run the test somewhere, and in the end, you want to monitor the results. Let's talk first about the development, which also raises the question, which is the right tool for that? And what are the requirements? A testing tool should be easy to use, accessible for non-programmers, in the best way, low code, that everyone can use it. It should kind of match this sweet spot between user-friendliness and flexibility. It should also be able to test anything. It should be technology open and not be focused on one single technology. And it should be future-proof. You certainly do not want to be dependent on some software vendor and their strategies. There are a lot of different technologies to write functional testings, and the main domains for sure are web testing and desktop-based testing. You can do this with Selenium, Playwright, PyAutoGUI in different languages. There are a lot of different programming interfaces for these technologies. And in this example, you see Python code which uses the Python Selenium package. This example shows the same test. It's always this test for this web shop in Playwright. This is JavaScript. This shows the usage of PyAutoGUI, a package for Python, which makes it possible to automate desktops, mouse and keyboard actions. This works, but who can write this? Who can read this? So whenever you are fixing yourself on a certain technology, you are risking to run down a rabbit hole because each of these tools have different dependencies, requirements, peculiarities, are not compatible to each other. But you can use these technologies on a higher level. You probably know Ansible, for sure. And just like Ansible perfectly abstracts different tasks on different operating systems, so does Robot Framework with its own language and its own libraries on a higher level. I discovered Robot Framework in 2019, and for me it was the perfect fit to bring end-to-end monitoring or synthetic monitoring into Checkmk. And this is where I started to write RobotMK. And short after that, Checkmk also evaluated and explored the possibilities, and they had the same questions in mind. What is the right tool we should choose for this challenge? It should be a solution which customers can rely on, which does not pose any risk to customers, and so on. And how flexible is this solution? And when we're talking about flexibility, then it's really important to mention that the robot framework ecosystem offers libraries for every technology you can imagine, which can be automated with Python. If there is a Python package, you can go very sure that there is also a library for robot framework. And all of them are open source and can be used in mixed operation. In the talk before, we had heard about parsing and validating JSON and XML. It's no problem. There's an XML library, there's a JSON library. Yeah. I have written tests which do exactly this, downloading some JSON and XML data and validate them and so on. And if you have a special use case, you can always write your own library or supplemental keywords for existing libraries in Python. In Robot Framework, this webshop test looks like that. It's clear, it's understandable, and maintainable. And when you're writing Robot Framework code, you do not have to think about, okay, my test is ready. How do I now write out a comprehensible log file? If you are using Robot Framework keywords, which can have arbitrary names, the log files itself produce a meaningful log file. And this is very helpful. Another important consideration was how future-proof is such a solution. Robot Framework is open source since over 15 years now, and it has a great community. This year, when I was in Helsinki at the Checkmk Conference, they cracked the 20,000 users mark on Slack. So this is quite impressive. So if you have a question about Robot Framework or the different libraries, chances that you are getting an answer from some of these Slack users are very high in a very short time. And even for Robot Framework, chances are high that Pekka Klerk, the founder of Robot Framework, answers himself. He's a very nice guy. You can meet him in person at the conference. So the Slack channel is your first address to get support. And this makes a big difference, for example, for commercial solutions, which are expensive, where only a small amount of people understand the tool and can give you support, and not for free. Another outstanding thing about Robot Framework is the Robot Framework Foundation. The foundation is a non-profit organization with over 60 companies now as a member. Checkmk is a member. My own company, Elabit, is a member. And all these companies support with their annual membership fee, which is always based on the number of people which use Robot Framework, support the project and protect Robot Framework against any takeover from a foreign company. And this happens because the foundation pays the main developers of Robot Framework. This is why Robot Framework is developed so fast. There are always new releases, bug fixes, and so on. So this is really outstanding. And in the end, this ensures the sustainability of this project. The foundation also sponsors the big conference in Helsinki, meetups, or if you have a great idea about a new library you want to write, but you need some days for that, 5 or 10 days, you can apply at the foundation for a small sponsorship. So they can pay you to do the first POC, and so this supports that the community can give something back to the system. So in these 3 categories, Robot Framework is, at least in our opinion, a clear winner. And I would like to back up this in a few examples. Have you ever tried to automate a Citrix session? You would first have to set up a web session, log in into the Citrix portal, then click the right session, and then the session opens, and then what follows is not any HTML content anymore. Yeah? So in that case, after you have established the web session with Playwright or Selenium or something, you can just change to another keyword library, which is in that case Image Horizon library, which simply does image recognition on some parts of the screen. The library doesn't know that it's operating on Citrix. And yeah, these keywords can be used in mixed mode. So this is very flexible, and I do not know of any other tool which does it in that kind. This example shows you how it's possible to... Does it play? Yeah. This does a login on a sample login page with a two-factor authentication code, which is calculated on a minute basis. And I would say with a pure web testing tool, this is not possible. With the Robot Framework, it's kind of ridiculous because there is a library for this TOTP calculation, but it has only 8 lines. So if you see this TOTP PY, these lines are written by myself. So this is only one simple function which takes your personal password and it returns back the 6-digit token. Very small and tiny, but very helpful to do scenarios like this. This is an example of GeoBasis Brandenburg. Thanks to Carsten Schöke for letting me show this. This is a map application, and one concept is they are gaining data from different map providers, and if some of these providers has a problem, then they are showing in the PDF document, which prints the map into a document, with a red layer. Their reason is, before they show any wrong data, they are showing nothing. And a red map is always an indication for wrong data. And I've written this test to check that there is always valid data. At first, you see the test running with Playwright, and then it clicks the print function, the PDF gets downloaded, and then I'm switching the library. I'm using the doctest library, which is able to compare images in PDFs. Also subsections of PDFs. It's very cool. And in that case, the test is successful if there is no match. If we do not see the red area in the downloaded PDF, everything is okay. If we see the red area, if there is a match, we have an error. And the code of this looks like that. You see the keywords. These are all user keywords. So this is not the complete test, for sure. Yeah. So there are many resources imported. But this is what makes Robot Framework so flexible, that you can outsource certain keywords for a certain application, module or something in resource files, and reuse them again and again. So with Robot Framework, the easy things are easy and the complex ones are possible. This completes the implementation part, and we have seen that Robot Framework is an excellent tool for that. Let's move on to the execution of these tests. I want to explain what's happening here. For sure, tests which open browsers and applications and so on cannot happen on the Checkmk server. You do not want to add additional load on the monitoring system from these tests. So they have to happen on a dedicated machine, especially if you want to test applications on a desktop, for example. This is the most common reason for a dedicated machine. Robot Framework and its libraries need Python installed. You have to install all these dependencies. Some of these libraries depend on Node.js, like the Playwright library. This has also to be done, and at least you have to take care about the scheduling. And in the end, this can everything become very complex because the Checkmk agent is not really designed for this kind of execution. In 2019, I started to think about this, where I started to write RobotMK, and this got great perception by you, by the community, and since 2022, I'm working now partially for Checkmk to integrate RobotMK into Checkmk under synthetic monitoring. So let's have a look on the architecture, how we try to automate as much as possible. So everything you see here in the purple frame is configured and deployed by the bakery. The MSI installer for this Windows machine brings the Checkmk agent, of course, the RobotMK scheduler, which is very new. This is not a plugin anymore. This is an executable written in Rust completely, which is running permanently side by side to the Checkmk agent. There is also a scheduler config, which is produced by the agent bakery. And we are also delivering a small binary called RCC. And with the help of this tiny but very powerful open source tool, we are able to create these Python environments under the hood individually for each single test suite. This is something you had to do previously on your own with one environment per machine. With the help of RCC, you can create as many environments under the hood as you need. And in the end, the RobotMK scheduler then can execute the individual suites in their isolated environments. Everything is under the hood. So on a virtual host, everything you have to do is to install the Checkmk agent to get this running. Almost in version 2.3, we have one little piece missing, and this is the placement of the robot framework files. So in 2.3, you still have to copy the files or clone them from an internal repository or something. This is what we are targeting in 2.4 when we are talking about managed robots. More on that later. If you know RobotMK version 1, you probably know the bakery rule. Who uses RobotMK version 1? Can I see some hands? Who is using RobotMK version 1? Okay. Then you probably know, thanks, the bakery rule. And the bakery rule only got minimal changes on the surface. We added some feature on top of that. You know that RobotMK version 1 was only able to execute the suites sequentially. And on top of that, we added a feature called parallel plan groups, marked in purple here. And with that, we are forming groups of sequential executions. So in fact, the RobotMK scheduler doesn't execute the suites anymore. It executes the execution groups. These are the ones which have an individual execution interval, and these groups can be executed also in parallel. So by using that, you get the best of both worlds. You can use parallel execution, but if needed, also serial execution, which is very important if you, for example, want to run tests on a Windows desktop, because the desktop is a resource which should only be used by one test at once. In that case, you need a sequential execution. The single execution is what we are now calling a plan. In version 1, this was called a suite, but that's not correct. A suite is what Robot Framework is executing. And this, all together with all the parameters you see here, is what we are calling a plan, together with all this Checkmk stuff here. Then we have the Robot Framework parameters. With these parameters, you have the full control over the execution of Robot Framework. You see, for example, the variables. I'm passing from Checkmk all these variables for this article, which should be searched by Robot Framework in the web shop. No need to fiddle around in config files or in the Robot Framework code itself. You can pass all this data from Checkmk to the target host. Normally, the RobotMK scheduler runs under the same context as the Checkmk agent, and so do all these Robot Framework tests also run in the local system context. It's also possible, and if they are running in the system context, web tests can run completely headless. But if you have the need for a desktop-based test for some installed application, it's possible to specify a user which then needs a logged-in session. This is what we address in one of the next versions. More on that later. Okay, let's talk about monitoring. This is where the rubber meets the road. We see that it's important to have a high-level overview about your complete synthetic monitoring landscape. And in 2.3, we have integrated a dashboard which shows you all these important informations at a glance. You see the number of test nodes, number of OK tests, top test runtimes, and so on. We also added a table-like view for all your tests. It's possible to group all these test services by application name or by variant. A variant is just a variant of an execution in, for example, in a different language or for a different environment, production, test, integration, and so on. And by the way, when you are talking about tests, we are talking about the services. In version 1, it was possible to discover tests, but also suites, which are collections of tests. It was also possible to discover single keywords. In version 2, we decided to stick to the test concept. So RobotMK discovers the test. And this has a reason, because tests in the terms of robot framework have a special meaning. It's all about the tests. And test is what you can see here, because this is the central point where you put all your test logic into. It's also possible to generate custom graphs of all your runtimes, so keyword runtimes inside of a test, and so on. And as shown before, the integrated HTML log file viewer shows you quickly the root cause of an error. The HTML log file is transferred automatically together with the agent output to the Checkmk server. And yeah, again, in the webshop example, you quickly see with integrated screenshots, base 64 encoded, what the real reason was, and yeah, meaningful error messages. And since we are on a monitoring system, the topic of monitoring shouldn't be missing. It's possible, like in version 1, to monitor the runtimes of different keywords, but it's also a kind of convenience function to automatically generate graphs for all these high-level keywords. Depending on the kind of how you are writing your robot framework tests, you can create high-level keywords which do not have any contact with the implementation. So they are clearly describing open web shop, add item to basket, and these are the keywords which you have on the highest level, just below the test level. And with that option, you can create automatically graphs for all these high-level keywords. Okay, so this is synthetic monitoring in a brief introduction in Checkmk 2.3. And this is only the beginning. Version 2.3 kind of paves the way for all these other things we have in front of us. We have a lot of ideas in mind, and we want to improve these 3 areas: develop, run, and monitor. And this slide should give you an idea of what we are targeting. First of all, we want to make your development experience more easier and smoother. We are currently evaluating to create an own extension for Visual Studio Code, which then could be connected to Checkmk, for example, to download templates. So what do you want to do? A web test, okay, download the template, and you get the complete configuration files for RCC, a nice skeleton, for example, in the robot framework test, some documentation. All that is thinkable. And in the end, if you have written your robot framework test, you can upload the robot back to Checkmk. And this leads to another topic, the managed robots. I've mentioned that you are currently responsible to place these robot directories on the target machine. And this fills the gap. The managed robots are the robot framework tests which are managed inside of Checkmk. And in the bakery rule, instead of specifying all these different parameters, you can just select which robot you want to deploy on a specific target host and override specific settings, of course. We also want to support Linux as an execution system, which is the minority of operating systems where synthetic monitoring tests are run, but still a valid point. We also want to make it possible to run Windows desktop-based tests in headless RDP sessions. This is crucial for environments where security is very important. It's always important, of course, but as mentioned before, currently we are relying on an unlocked session with one single user, and with that feature, we are able to run the test on a locked Windows machine, and under the hood we have headless RDP sessions where the tests can run. And then we want to make it possible to run robots in a Checkmk cloud with a special agent. So the special agent just triggers container starts in the cloud so that you can monitor your service from different locations all over the world, which doesn't need any test nodes from your side, of course. And we attached great importance to even better evaluate and utilize the data we are getting from Robot Framework. In detail, this means we want to support custom metadata of Robot Framework. It should be possible to also scrape data out from applications and to use them as metrics in Checkmk. So imagine you have some old legacy application without any API. You do not have access to the database, so a black box system. You could write an application test which clicks through the application, and with OCR, which is possible with Robot Framework, you can extract certain areas where important KPIs are, which are then exported to Checkmk as a metric. And you can monitor these against warning and critical thresholds. And connected with that, these keywords which are important are called KPI metrics. We want to make it possible to make these keywords discoverable, to get more insights, more status, and more data. So we have achieved a lot, and we have still, as you see, a lot of things in front of us. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank my developer team, Jörg, Solomon, and Luca. It's a pleasure to work with you, and I'm curious about the future. If you want to test synthetic monitoring, then I highly encourage you just to try it out, because if you are using Checkmk 2.3, you do not need to install anything. RobotMK or synthetic monitoring is already included in Checkmk. There are up to 3 test services for free. And just try it out. If you want to learn how to integrate these tests, to write these tests, there are different resources. There is, at first, the official documentation of synthetic monitoring inside the Checkmk documentation. On the Checkmk YouTube channel, there are already 2 videos about the topic, the Checkmk blog, and the last 2 topics are projects of mine, the RobotMK homepage, where I publish news about Robot Framework and the ecosystem, as well as deep dive articles about the technology and nuts and bolts. And lastly, if you want to learn how to write these web-based tests, for example, how to use this image recognition and so on, I'm planning to release an online course since 3.5 years now, but now it's almost ready, and the closed beta will be released within the next weeks. So if you're interested, then sign up on robotmk.org/academy. With that, I'm at the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to hear your questions. Thanks.
Okay, we have obviously a big question. How is it going to be licensed? And maybe I take that one. So what we license are the tests. And now that obviously begs the question, what is a test? And that's basically up to you. You can put everything into one test. You can write many tests for one application. You have the entire freedom. But in the end, for Checkmk, what generates a status, generates a service is a test. So if you decide if you want a lot of statuses, a lot of services, then for each service you will have to pay in the end because each service will be licensed and each service is created via a test. Correct. So it's basically up to you. And favorite question, the synthetic recorder.
The recorder.
What's your opinion on the recorder?
Don't use this. The main problem with recording a test is that you get a monolithic piece of code, which includes the test logic, so what should be tested, and it includes the data, for example, logins or something, or articles, and the implementation. And it's a complete bad idea to mix these three things together. Code like this is not maintainable, it's not readable. You're running into the same trap as if you would write it in pure Python or something.
So Linux support will come probably in 2.4. What do you think?
Yes.
Then are there any example configurations that can be tested against? So that we simplify somehow the first steps.
Yep. This is an important point, and in the synthetic monitoring documentation, there's a small example which points you to a GitHub repository. So the Checkmk GitHub account has a repository, RobotMK examples or something, and this is the place where I put all these examples into, but also minimal examples and also dummy suites. So suites which do nothing but generate performance data. All these things can be found here. Yeah.
Okay, I mean, you kind of answered it already, but let's go repeat it again. For the tests running on Windows, do we need basically a full-blown Windows task manager or Windows manager, or do we need a complete GUI? What do we need to be able to run tests on Windows?
It depends on which kind of tests. So if you want to run web-based tests, it's possible to run them completely in the system context. Then you do not see any window. And in that case, you can have the session locked. An unlocked session is only needed if you want to test an application which in fact needs a desktop because it has to show some window. In that case, you need this unlocked session.
Okay. Fortunately, you built this already, so it's an easy answer. Is it possible to remap the RobotMK checks to another host, for example, via Piggyback?
Yeah, it's included. Yeah.
There was an optional bakery at the bottom. Okay, and I think this also goes with Linux again. So if you want to run robots on premises in a on-premises cloud, let's take OpenShift, yeah. And in the end, that it makes sense. Like this is only possible when we have Linux support, because then for headless web tests, for example, you can just execute them there.
Right. Yeah.
So. Is the RobotMK scheduler always running?
Or can it be not needed? Okay, it depends on the conditions in the bakery rule. So it's a bad idea to have no condition and to deploy the scheduler on all the hosts. Just set a condition which matches the host where you want to deploy this configuration to, and you will have the scheduler running on this machine. Yeah.
And just matching, is the scheduler running asynchronous from Checkmk agent, for example?
Asynchronous.
Or independent, or?
So the scheduler is started by the Checkmk agent. This is a special concept called extension. And the Checkmk agent always watches the scheduler, and if you would kill the scheduler, it would be restarted again. And if you stop the Checkmk agent, the scheduler also stops. I do not know if this answers the question, but
yeah, he's nodding. And the last question, yeah. Can we run the scheduler also for other plugins and stuff? And I can answer it. I just had to approve the question from Daniel. That's why I was laughing. But regarding your question, Andre, the scheduler, we intended it really just for RobotMK in the beginning. And I think there were no plans ever to extend it to something else. And I don't even know if this makes sense in the context how it was written. But we don't have plans so far to do so. I mean, you probably have to ask one of the developers there. You can ask Jörg, for example, but I think we didn't plan it. And then, when does finally Linux support come? Soon, of course. Yeah. I mean, we have to do it for 2.4 because we also need it ourselves for our Checkmk cloud. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions also from stage is obviously possible, but can't see anything then. I think we're done. Thank you, Simon.
thank you.
And now it's time for a coffee break. See you at, I think, 4:15 again.
And hello back. Synthetic monitoring needs a moment to process, so we are taking a coffee break. Grab a cup of your favorite beverage and join us back at 16:10 to hear the last talks for today. New in 2.3 Next Generation Database Monitoring by Marcel Ahrens. New in 2.3 More Developer APIs by Moritz Kimmer, my personal favorite. New in 2.3 Improved UX by Tanja Hohenstadt, our UX designer. See you soon at 4:10. Welcome back. So we had a great coffee break, as you can see, and I hope you had a great one too. So we will start very soon. In the meantime, let us know where you're joining us from. Let me activate this Slido poll. You should be able to see it now, because it's very interesting to see where people are joining from. So we will keep accepting responses and see where are you all from. And I'll share the results after the talks, or you can see them in Slido. And in the meantime, let's switch our attention to the stage.
Welcome back. We kick our afternoon off with a talk on our new MS SQL monitoring plugin, which serves as the basis for next generation database monitoring. Let's see what this means. Marcel, stage is yours.
Thanks, and long time no see. So as Martin said, in 2.3 we wanted to start a major change in monitoring databases. And for this first step, we needed to decide which database we want to start with. And we eventually decided to make that MS SQL. But why did we do that? To explain that, let me take a step back. The plugin we used has been alive for almost 12 years now, and it was never prepared to be used in today's world. We at Checkmk, meanwhile, gained a lot of experience to do database monitoring. And on the other hand, we currently have a wide range of different plugins with different functionalities. Currently, general functionalities are spread across different plugins, so others do not benefit from them. And for us at Checkmk, it gets more and more difficult to keep them in sync. But there's one more thing that meanwhile became reality. Databases are not only on premises anymore. More and more users shift even their databases into the cloud. And here you cannot deploy an agent or an agent plugin at all. You need to monitor these databases from the outside. At the same time, the initial plugin has been extended with a lot of checks while sticking to the initial architecture, and it eventually became almost unmaintainable. Users like you run more often into performance problems or unmet dependencies. On our side, it has been a problem of maintenance, as I said. Less colleagues felt comfortable with VBS as a scripting language. But more in detail, you, the users, more often complained about missing features or problems like disabling sections, caching of sections with long-running SQLs, timeouts for all remaining databases to call if one in the middle takes unusually long. And on the other hand, our support had a very hard time as the plugin had no logging at all, a very confusing and hard to understand code, and this made bug fixing or new features very time consuming and an expensive task. This is when we decided to take the chance and start from scratch, not only rewriting the MS SQL plugin in another scripting language, but make it a really good monitoring. And speaking of gained experience, over the last years, we learned that, beside of others, you need to have a very good solution for at least these three parts. A good and robust detection of databases, as well as the possibility of defining them on your own. Second, you want to have a flexible connection to cover different implementations and authentication types. And third, you want to have a flexible and optimal execution of SQLs, which includes control over how often an SQL is being executed. Let's talk about these three parts in more detail. Having a comprehensive detection of your databases allows you to monitor your instances without the need to specify each and single of them. So it's about instance detection. In the current plugin, we cover the SQL Server browser to detect instances as well as its original source, the Windows registry. Using these official resources saves you, as a user, a lot of manual configuration time, even if the database is located on another server in your network. On the other hand, sometimes it's not possible to automatically detect an instance for any reason. And for this case, you need a reliable way to tell the plugin which one it needs to monitor and under which alias to find a specific instance. Secondly, every database provides different types of authentication. And on the new plugin, we aimed for keeping the existing methods, of course, which is Windows authentication and database authentication. And at the same time, we prepared the plugin to be able to add others later on, such as token-based authentication. And in the end, everything, authentication configuration and instance discovery, needs to be put together to eventually establish a connection and fetch the data, or, if needed, cancel at some point if a connection cannot be made. Configuring timeouts is essential for both SQL and the connection to not get stuck and potentially losing follow-up data. For SQLs, you additionally may need to configure each of them, as some may take longer. And others are time critical and you need them every agent execution cycle, which is usually 1 minute. But while transferring the fast SQLs every minute, you need a caching interval for the others. And the new plugin for MSSQL finally covers this part and allows defining these two individually per called SQL. And it covers even more. In the example here, you get the active connections and blocked sessions in a short amount of time, while SQLs to get data for table spaces and scheduled jobs take much longer. And because of that, you will set a cache interval to these. Until now, you have not been able to set 2 intervals for 2 individual databases, as the agent just respects just 1 cache interval per section during computation. So you have been forced to consider the slowest database instance while defining the cache. And for the first time, the new SQL plugin is now able to place the data of each database instance to an individual host in Checkmk, no matter if the instances are running on the remote or on the same server as the plugin is running on. This allows you to set independent cache intervals for 2 database instances, respecting the individual execution time needed for each of them. You can see that on the right part of the slide, where you need a 10 minutes cache for the big core database. You can now lower the cache to 5 minutes for a much smaller database where you expect to get the results much faster. Another new part is the parallel execution of SQLs on several databases. And this is especially of interest if you monitor different database instances on remote hosts or in the cloud. In our example here, the plugin just runs 23 seconds, as this is the longest time needed across all 3. Before the plugin would have been run for 42 seconds, the sum of all 3 and almost double the time. Thus, in the real world, you need to balance, of course, between putting your database on server not too much under load and fetching the data in parallel at the same time. You see, we already covered a lot of options and features to make these 3 parts possible and easy. But it's also about running the plugin itself. The old plugin just covered database instances running on Windows, and also just instances that are running on the same server as the agent plugin. And of course, this is covered in the new plugin too. But as I implied before, we also added the possibility of monitoring databases on server where you cannot deploy an agent on, including these on your internal network as well as these in the Azure cloud. And this is a very important step, as it enables you to monitor all Microsoft SQL Server instances in the same way, regardless of where they are deployed. And during development, we spoke about a goal to add support for Linux in the later Checkmk release and discussed about the challenges we are facing there. And I saw before that someone already raised a question about that. But at some point, I guess it was during end of last year or beginning of this year, my colleague Sergey surprised me with something that pushed this project way beyond the initial scope. And this is, you can now deploy the plugin on Linux too to monitor the same type of instances from there. All of the same code base and feature set. Considering obvious limitations such as Windows authentication is only available if you deploy the plugin on a Windows server. But beside of that, there is no difference in the functionality between the plugin on Linux or on Windows. And this is already included in Checkmk 2.3. And from our ideas portal, we know, and from the question in the audience, that monitoring MS SQL on Linux is a long-wanted feature from you. To accomplish all this, we needed to completely rework the used stack, still using technologies that are already established in Checkmk. And for that, we chose the known YAML as a language for configurations. We added long-needed debugging options, and we implemented the plugin completely in Rust. But more in detail, to be able to map the previous shown complex configurations, we needed a language that is capable of having a hierarchical config design, allowing you to define individual options for specific databases, as well as defining standards to be used if no further is defined. And YAML is the perfect technology for that, especially as it's already being used in Checkmk at other places and a well-known language for configurations in general. And of course, you are also able to create the configuration file via the agent bakery, so you're not forced to write YAML if you don't want to. Secondly, as the old plugin had no logging or comprehensive debugging methods at all, both Checkmk colleagues in development and support, as well as you, our users, struggled in the past during investigation of problems. And as we are switching now to a compiled plugin, having insights of what is happening is a fundamental piece and covered with standardized logging now, both for you as a user, but as well as for my colleagues to help you. And all these parts are finally converged in a plugin written in Rust. It's almost as fast as code written in C++ and allows cross-platform compilation. The Rust Foundation already covers a lot of platforms and it's constantly extending the list. This and the fact that we are already gained experience with Rust and other projects in Checkmk makes it the perfect language to be used if performance is a critical requirement. And last but not least, it also does not require any further dependencies. But every light has its shadows. And this is also true for the new MS SQL agent plugin. When extending the functionality of a plugin in such a massive way, you need to balance between very basic and complex setups. And currently the new plugin is able to monitor complex setups much better or even at all. But very simple setups which do not have TCP/IP enabled by default are currently not covered, as the connection is admittedly simple but also not necessarily always reliable. And we are currently investigating how we can combine both, covering simple setups as well as providing a reliable way to monitor these. So our journey did not come to an end, but it marks an important milestone and is the start of a big step forward. So what's next? First, we will work on the coverage of setups not having TCP/IP enabled by default, as I said right now. And in the last days, we have already made big steps forward in this case. Second, the enhancement of our auto discovery will be improved, further improved, and the agent plugin configuration, which is the third point too. And finally, we are collecting now your feedback and prioritizing them to make it the best plugin for the relational databases. So now it is your turn to give us feedback and to tell us what you need in the future. This has been a lot of information in about 15 minutes. So let me summarize the changes in 2.3 for you for MS SQL. We not just migrated the existing plugin to an up-to-date language, but we wrote a complete new plugin maintaining a fully compatible output to the old one. The new platform is both running on Windows and on Linux. You can monitor databases locally in your internal network and even in the cloud. The configuration options has been massively enhanced using the experience gained from all our other database plugins. You can now cache long-running SQLs to improve the performance of your plugin. And if you're fetching several databases with one plugin, you may call them in parallel to save even more time. And we are also planning further enhancements. And just one spoiler here, eventually we will bring the feature of defining custom SQLs to the plugin too. We're still working on a friendly user architecture that is powerful and as easy. And now I'm open again for questions.
The first question is not for you, Marcel. The first question is for Lars, please. And I mean, the question is Rust? I mean, we are writing a lot of things in Rust nowadays. Is this the future for plugins, or in general, are compiled plugins the future direction we want to take? And I give this to Lars as an answer.
Yeah, I need to think about this. I mean, it always is about what you want to do, in which environments you want to deploy the plugin. Is it only one operating system the plugin is running on? Do you want to have it on multiple platforms? And in this case, the latter was actually the case. Yeah, you want to deploy that on Windows systems, on Linux servers. So it was clear that it needs to be something that can be transported. And on the other hand, it should also be simple to deploy. So, for example, the commonly used Python was not an option for that. Technically, it could also work, but you have all these dependencies, and with Rust, you have that included. So there are actually a few pros for doing that, and of course, also cons, because you now have a binary that you cannot easily look into, debug, and something like that. So you need to invest more work in logging, like Marcel told you. So it's always, for us, it's a trade-off, and we'll definitely add that to our tool build and choose that more often. As you have also heard, we did that for Check HTTP version 2, and everywhere where it is about performance and having that installable on multiple systems, we will choose Rust now. That's for sure. But on the other hand, this will not scratch out PowerShell or Python or shell scripts completely. There's always a decision to be made. Too long answer, sorry.
When we started the talk, we said this is the platform for our new database monitoring. And it was the initial goal as well, to be really think about where can we take our entire database monitoring in the future, because we have all these different plugins. And of course, there's the questions now. We have all these things now in MS SQL. When will they end up in the other plugins? And this is something where we basically need your feedback, because I mean, for us, doing it as a binary, handing it out as a binary with all these things, we need your feedback in production, how that works for you. Because if we now do that for all the other SQL-based plugins, we need to be sure that this is the right path for that, and that the architecture we had in mind to basically use this platform and then extend it for other database, SQL-based databases, that needs to work. We think it's the right way, but we really are looking forward to your feedback during Checkmk 2.3, because that will be the basis for our decision making if we roll that out to further databases, right?
Basically.
Yeah. And here, easy question, can we monitor from a Linux machine now, for example, Azure SQL?
Partially, yeah. So I'm not sure how much I should spoiler here, but in the original architecture we planned for the new plugin, we also had a third part in mind. So first part is monitor databases that are running locally on the same server as the agent plugin. The second part is monitoring databases that are outside of the server the plugin is running on. And this obviously leads to this question, and it is a question of can I monitor databases that are running while running the plugin on the Checkmk server, so using the plugin as a special agent, so to say.
I mean, this is actually not the question, but yes, I mean, this goes also that direction.
I was leading to that. And so, yeah, it's considered in the initial architecture design to have it at some point having the plugin as a special agent on a Checkmk host. We are not there yet, but having the plugin running on Linux is a first step to do that.
So, I mean, you can do it yourself by just basically deploying the plugin on a Linux machine, and the Checkmk server is also a Linux machine, yeah, so you can do it. And I mean, the next step is obviously that we somehow make this possible directly from Checkmk, but that's something which we might consider for a future version. Okay, with that, thank you, Marcel. Thanks.
Thank you. See you.
So, is Moritz here? Ah, perfect. He's hiding away. So we already mentioned we have done a lot of new developer APIs, and we have done them for a reason, not because developer APIs are nice, because our developers ask for them. We actually did it for you, because to improve the update experience. And how the new developer APIs help in that direction, why we have done them overall. Moritz is here to talk about it. Give a round of applause for him.
Hi. Yeah, basically we also did it a bit for ourselves, right? Not only for you guys, but obviously we're very much our own customers with these APIs. But I'll tell you why it's specifically important for you. We ourselves, we could do with, let's say, much simpler APIs that would require less work to build. Yeah, but I'm going to tell you why we did the extra effort of building these more sophisticated APIs. So when we say Checkmk needs to be extensible, we want extensible interfaces, then obviously the question is, if you're extending something you want to integrate into it, you need to talk to it. Basically, that's the job of APIs, to define actually the code you write. How is it supposed to be interacting with Checkmk? And that's why these APIs are the most important part for this extensibility bit. So we currently have about 2,000 plugins that can monitor virtually anything. I mean, you've heard a lot already today what we can do and what we are doing, from applications over networking, virtualization, operating systems, hardware, sensors, and the whole cloud world as well, of course. Unfortunately, anything does not mean everything. That's quite an important difference, because there will always be things that are just so niche that we can't offer them as part of the product. And given the versatility of IT infrastructure, I don't think we can expect this to ever change, no matter how big we become. So the obvious solution to this is users must be able to extend the monitoring capabilities for themselves. And what is important to us is here the second point, that we really want these third-party plugins to be undistinguishable from the ones we ship. Of course, we can't guarantee that. So if you have different styles of how the, I don't know, a summary is provided, for instance, obviously we can't force a third-party plugin library to be in line with what we ship. But the point here is that third-party libraries or plugins can be created in a way that they integrate seamlessly. They can be just as fancy. They can be just as easily configured. And what we don't want to have is services or any other plugins that are somewhat second-class citizens to the ones we ship. And I think overall, this is the case. So, I mean, in the end, it's open source, so you can always do anything if you are prepared to spend enough time trying to do it. We want to make it easy, of course. There's one important point, I think, where it becomes obvious that we are not there yet, which is during upgrades. So if you encounter problems with your custom plugins, chances are quite high, I think, that these problems will be seen during the update. So I think Martin already showed something similar. So you certainly have seen something like this. And there is a solution to that. What's the root cause? Basically, the root cause is that still for many plugins, we only have internal APIs, and these change. Because we keep developing, we try to improve the code base, obviously. Improvement implies change. And this is not a problem for the plugins we provide you with, because of course we can't just always keep everything in sync, and then we don't have any problems, we don't have any surprises during update, because we know what we are doing, ideally. However, if external extensions and these internal APIs now meet during an update, then you can run into problems, as you all probably know. And we keep promising that we will improve that, and we still are doing that. In this case, in this case, the solution is to have well-documented and versioned stable APIs for external use. And the solution is simple in the sense that well, it's a well-established idea. It's not our invention, and you just have to do it. Yeah, unfortunately, quite a lot of work and requires a good design effort. And since the point of these API is that they should be stable, it means that we need to think very carefully about how they look like, because the one thing we don't want to do is change them all of the time. The first proper API in that sense we introduced in 2020 with Checkmk 2.0, which was the new Check API, also known as Agent-Based API version 1. And so I think we can say it's a success in the sense that we had a high stability of this API. So every extension using this API has been working since then, because we haven't changed the API at all. The focus with this API was the development of check plugins and of hardware software inventory plugins, which is the most important part of plugin development, and that's why we started with that, obviously. Now there's a lot more that you can build plugins for and that you might want to integrate into Checkmk. So for the typical scenario where you want to extend the monitoring capabilities, so I'm not talking about dashlets, for instance, but really, let's say for the sake of this example, you want to integrate some Kubernetes monitoring. Now, what do you have to do? So from a user perspective, you start usually with configuring some sort of data source, a special agent. There you need a setup rule. So this setup rule is also created using one API, the rule set API. After that, so this rule is what the user uses to create the configuration. So they enter the data, they describe how they want to run their monitoring. And then from that configuration, you really need to create the actual program call that is executed by the backend. That's yet another type of plugin that you need that turns this configuration into the actual program call. When you run this program, it creates data. From that data, we create services that you are most likely familiar with, and performators, for instance, and graphs. And that what you also want to be able to do is you want to configure these services in some meaningful way. The most common example, of course, is to configure some levels where you again need some rule set that users need to be able to create. So in this bit is covered by the API that we introduced in 2020. And I'm very happy to say that now we have covered all of the other cases as well. So this gives you now these 4 APIs. The server-side calls API, that is the API that creates the program calls from the user configuration. So this includes special agents and active checks, but they work very much in the same way, and it's the same task, creating a program call from a user's configuration. So that's why that's one API. And then we have the rule sets API that is used to create these nice setup rules that the users can then configure in the graphical user interface. And we have the graphing API that you use to create your custom graphs, metrics, or performators. And for consistency and reasons that are, well, if I would explain them now, it would probably be boring to all of you who don't really know it already anyway. So we introduced a new version of the agent-based API, a version 2, that has very little changes compared to the version 1, but it just it serves the purpose of making the whole plugin business, I'll tell you later, more consistent, and it really plays together very nicely now. And so we decided that is reason enough to create a new version of this API. So hopefully this will mean you have, well, say less hassle during upgrades. As we can see from the agent-based API version 1, it really does help. It's still supported now, so you wouldn't have had any issues that are caused by the update for these plugins. And maybe at least as important is the point that, of course, you will have to adjust your plugins every once in a while, because software development is development, so things change. However, if we have a well-defined, documented, versioned API, those are no unforeseen update incompatibilities, but they are very much foreseen. And we can tell you in advance, we can have an overlap, we can support the old version for a while, and then you get your time to migrate. And then we can be very specific in what changes and how you need to address that. And we can give you an appropriate time frame for the migration. And also, hopefully, it's less effort to begin with to develop the plugins if you just have resources where it's properly documented how you implement those plugins. And we can now also start to see that we should also have a documentation on how to write these plugins that can be consumed by an AI. Because I think it's kind of obvious that some of you won't be doing their programming themselves anymore soon, I think. So that's also something that hopefully is a nice side effect of a good documentation. So the technical benefits of these development APIs, the first ones I think you already know from the agent-based API if you were using them. So we are now more dependent of Checkmk itself, so that means you can actually develop and test your plugins without having to deploy them into a running site all of the time. We have no side effects anymore, so that's something that also for the agent-based API now changes. We no longer have a global state that is manipulated if you import the plugins, but rather a discovery-based approach, which means that also you have, again, easier testing, better linter support, and you can, in general, leverage your IDEs much easier. Yeah, the extension imports a well-defined version API. I think that's said now. And the principles that we try to follow are, we didn't make those up, but I'm going to tell you anyway. We try to establish conventions and consistency. meaning things that do the same thing should look the same. And I'm not talking about the user interface now, I'm talking about the developer interface, so to speak, meaning that if you're comfortable with some feature, you've learned how to develop it, it should be very easy for you to extend your knowledge to other concepts of the API, because ideally all of them work in a similar fashion. So once you're used to it, you'll have a very steep learning curve. Yeah, also make the implicit explicit. I think I'll come back to that in 2 slides maybe, tell you what that means, and reduce unnecessary options, because that's just a source of inconsistency. And also, over the years, we have accumulated various ways of doing things where you really actually only need one, and we've tried to consolidate those and get rid of the ones that you don't need. And then we try to ensure this fail early principle, meaning that whenever reasonable, we do some validations beforehand, but also I think the linter support is a very strong aspect of this fail early principle, in the sense that you really are told that you're doing something wrong way before you even execute the code. And that's obviously a nice feature. The sooner you learn about your mistakes, you sooner you can correct them. And in the end, the last moment where a mistake can be noticed is the actual user of the plugin, and that's what we want to avoid, right? So what happens if you don't have standardization? You've probably seen some of these. So these are ways to configure levels. So levels are the most common configuration option, where you just have a warning level and a critical level. There's 2 numbers, and we see here 6 different ways of configuring them. And that's just because, well, the 6 matched on the slide, and then we stopped looking for, but there are even more. Now, it will always look like this, and I think we've already seen this a couple of times today. So levels will look like this. And it's very hard now with the new API to make them look different. You can, but you really have to go out of your way, so you can expect to see them like this. And also a nice side effect is that this choice of no levels, don't impose levels, always be okay. In the past, you can find this in many rules. You can not find it in all of the rules, because depending on whether the developer remembered to implement this or not, you can choose it or not. Now it's just always there. There's nothing for the developer to decide or to implement. You just get those always. And then the last bullet here, the option for predictive levels. That's what I meant by making implicit explicit, for instance. So in the past, these predictive levels were optional, and I think many plugin developers just didn't consider them or didn't think about them, because it's an optional thing, right? And in the start, you just do only what's necessary to get your plugin up and running, and then maybe you forget to revisit it. With the new API, you just have to decide, do I want those levels with predictive levels or without predictive levels? And both is fine. Obviously, you just have to make the decision. There is no implicit fallback, but the developer has to decide what they want. Another thing that's, well, it's a side effect actually, but I'm quite happy about that. No more secrets in the command line. In the past, whenever you configured a secret, or not in the past, you still can choose whether you want to use the password store or whether you want to explicitly configure the secret. And if you configured the secret explicitly, it could have been the case that this secret is then passed via the command line explicitly, meaning it, in the worst case, or no, in an equally bad cases, it could show up either in the GUI or in the process list of your server. And with the new API, a side effect is just that no matter how you configure a secret, it will always be passed in a fashion that looks something like this, which is not very nice to read for a user, but then it's not meant to be read by a user, it's meant to be read by a machine, and the machine can deal with it just fine. And the point is you don't have the secret in your process list anymore, ever. And so the API is designed in a way that the actual secret itself isn't even exposed to the plugin. So even if the developer were to do some mistake or accidentally or do some debug logging or whatever, the secret really isn't there to be exposed in the first place. And then Marcel already told that. So for check HTTP, we now can have multiple checks in one rule. The point is that that is now a key part of this API. So any active check rule can now, in principle, create multiple services. We already have it in Checkmk 2.2 for the check ICMP, I think, because that was very important to hack it in there, and we managed to do that. But now it's really part of the official API. Nothing special about it. It's just, of course, that while we migrated most of the active checks to the new API, we didn't change the feature set, and the feature set up to now means you only have one service per rule. But yeah, for the new plugins as check HTTP, we already are making use of this feature. And then we have small quality of life improvements that I would like to show you. So here you can see that the axis on the left before maybe a little bit too cleaned up even, and we managed to make some more sensible values here. This is what Martin already told you about. Another example where we now have proper units, proper in the sense that it's the same unit on the y-axis. This is one instance of cases where I think the graph should not make you think, right? The point of looking at a graph is you don't want to think, you don't want to read values or numbers, you want to get a visual impression of what is going on. And if you have these kind of axes, I don't think it helps. And there's one more case that I'll show you in a minute. Another example where we just improved the axis to improve the overall readability. And also here, just some naming improvements. You can see the value is now rendered much nicer. And here, these graphs have been combined into, these metrics rather, have been combined into one graph. And they've been in their own graph in the past. And what I would like to point out here is that, of course, these changes are not directly linked to the API in the sense these are a couple of improvements that we could have made without creating the API. The point is that by reducing the number of options and really thinking about what we need to expose to our users very carefully, we have then the capacity to focus on the things that we decided we want to expose and the most important things, and we can then concentrate on those and then improve those. And I think that's another key feature of these APIs that I want to stress, is to have a common understanding of what is the important stuff that we really need to do, and then leave the other stuff out and get the important stuff right. And yeah, I think in this example of the graphing, it becomes very visible to the user, but we also have this in a more theoretical aspect in the other APIs. It's just not so obvious. And then, yeah, I think most of these I already showed you, and we don't have a picture, unfortunately, but I still want to stress in the bottom row this no more layered areas. So what does it mean? If you have a metric in your graph, you can choose to color the area below your metric. And then you end up with, with an area graph. And in the past, you could choose to either stack two of those areas on top of each other, or you could have them layered in front of each other. And I think, again, this very much defeats the purpose of a graph, because if you don't know whether these areas are now stacked or they are in front of each other, you don't know whether the small one that just lurks about on top is actually a very small one, or is it just as big as the other one and you just can see the overall rim of it, right? So again, the graph should not make you think, so that's why we don't have any more layered graphs. This is just not allowed by the API, and we went through the effort of revisiting all of the graphs that we already had that were making use of these layered areas, and we just redesigned them to be actually properly stacked graphs. And now coming back to something more like theoretical, that's not so visible for the user, but maybe more relevant for the plugin developers. I think we have now a better structure of the plugin files and where they go. So the ship plugins should go in lib Python 3 CMK plugins. So the general rule would be that everything that is under the CMK path is stuff that is supported by us. And the third-party plugins should go to local lib Python 3 CMK underscore add-ons. And I'm not quite sure what the Redfish plugin, whether it is where it should be, or I don't know. We ship it, yeah, but Andreas is maintaining it, so I don't know. It currently is under CMK, I happen to know. Okay, but so that's the general idea, right? Stuff that we support is under CMK. Third-party stuff is under CMK add-ons. But the big advantage and the important thing is that we also changed the way plugins are grouped. Because these plugins are now grouped by topic, or we call it family. The point is we are deliberately vague here. So what constitutes a reasonable topic is basically left to the plugin author. The point is that, for example, everything regarding Redfish would be in CMK plugins Redfish, and then under agent-based we have the agent-based plugins. Under rule set we have the rule sets. Under server-side calls we have the server-side calls. You get the idea. There's a couple of more of these folders. But the point is we no longer have all of the check plugins over here on all of the rule sets over there, but we have everything that belongs together and is likely to be packaged into one MKP in one common path. And that makes the plugin deployment and creation much easier. And also it means that every MKP can have its own namespace, and you have it's less likely that you have colliding files or something like that. That's the point where I get an applause. That's cool. Okay, for the timeline. In Checkmk 2.3, yeah. So we implemented these APIs. We migrated a lot of our own code, by far not everything. As you can imagine, with the rule sets, it's similar as for the check plugins. So for the check plugins, we have, I think, about 2,000. The rule sets might only be 1,000, or I'm not sure. But anyway, nothing that we can migrate just like that. The replaced internal APIs will not support it anymore, meaning that if there are any issues with that, we will most likely not address them. Obviously, if something really severe turns out to be wrong, then we will fix it. But we won't put any effort in those anymore. And we will be decommissioning the legacy check API. And by legacy check API, I do not mean the version 1 of the API that we introduced in 2020, but the one before that. And this one will really stop working fast. So if you have still plugins developed against it, so do we. So that might still work, but we are working on migrating those plugins, and everything that we don't need anymore ourselves will be removed as soon as possible. So you should really stop using that. For Checkmk 2.4, we want to have the migration of all active checks and special agents finished for ourselves, so we can remove the legacy API completely. We also hope that we get the metrics and the graphing completely migrated. And the same, so the replaced internal APIs will then be removed, which is, for us, one of the most important things about these APIs, that we can get rid of the stuff where we never know whether we are breaking stuff or whether somebody using it and it's not good documented and so on. So for us developers, the real benefit is to get rid of all of those, because it's expensive to keep that in mind all of the time. Expensive in the sense of takes us a lot of time and effort. And the agent-based API version 1 will be deprecated in 2.4 and then probably removed in 2.5. Fear not, that's the least of your problems. So bottom line is I really urge you to migrate all of your plugins to the new APIs that we introduced, and do this during Checkmk 2.3. Do not wait. I really think if you try to sit this one out, you will really run into severe problems when upgrading to 2.4. So we have a couple of things that we are helping you with in order to get these migrations done, because I understand that that's not a particularly nice job. You have your plugin and it's just working, and now they change everything and you have to rewrite your plugin. But I'm afraid that's what's happening. We are open source, so we are on GitHub, and you can take a look at the commits in GitHub. I have created a couple of commits that start with this string pro tip. I've done this in the past for the agent-based API, and I think it was quite useful, so I made again a couple of those where you can take a look at some of the migrations I did with some long explanations of what's going on, what is the change actually doing and why. Then, as I said, we have now all of the plugin families in one location, and we also have already a lot of code migrated ourselves, of course. So I can encourage you to take a look at the plugins that we ship, because there you can see how we think it's supposed to be done. And in particular, I want to suggest you take a look at the Fritzbox plugin family, because A, chances are you can try it out at home, I think. B, it's quite a small plugin family, actually. So it has a special agent that has, I think, one configuration option that is a timeout, something like that. Maybe there's a second option, but really not much more. And there's a couple of check plugins. There are some metrics. So there's a rule set plugin. It contains everything you need, but also everything is quite limited and small. So I think that's a very good example to just take a look at and see how that can work. Then we have migration scripts for simple plugins. You can also use them for complicated plugins, but so these are helper scripts that try to do much of the work that you have to do if you migrate your plugin. What they can't do is perfectly convert all of your plugins to the new APIs. That's very, very difficult to do this in an automated manner, but I think they really do a lot of the work, and they are a great help. I think I will tell you in the last slide or so why I think that. And particularly it works well for the agent-based API version 1 to version 2, because there we are already starting from the point where we have a well-defined, well-documented API. And so I know very well what are the differences going from version 1 to version 2. So that's actually fairly good scriptable, and there's very little to do manually. That's why I think that's the least of your problems, because I think you really can run the script, and the chances are very high that you don't have to do anything. Read the script into. There are some dependencies to the script, and then just to emphasize again, you really have to check the end result manually. This is not creating perfect code. And if you are a keen observer, you might notice that there are 4 migration helpers here. However, we have 4 new APIs, but for one of the APIs, we can go from the very old API or from the middle-aged API. So there are 5 transitions, actually. That means there's 1 script missing. I merged that yesterday, so by now it should be 5 of those there. Yeah, then another resource you can use. So one of the points is that the APIs are properly documented. What does that mean? We have the Sphinx documentation. The Sphinx documentation is not an extensive explanation or guide how to write plugins, but rather it's the hard facts of a reference, meaning what functions are there, what arguments do they take, how do you call it? And there are some simple examples, but it's not a guide. It's really a reference. Currently you can find it in the site, as you can see on the slide, but we really hope to host it in the web soonish, because I understand that being able to share links or look at it when you are not in front of a running Checkmk site is probably something you want to do. And then we do have a user guide as well that currently describes how to write check plugins with the version 1 API. We hope to get it updated for the version 2 of the API in the next weeks. And we also hope to get it updated to have guides for the other APIs within the next month. And another resource you can use is a live stream. So in about 2 weeks, we will have a live stream where you can watch me migrate some plugins and ask your questions and just get an idea of how I approach these kind of things. What we will be doing in this stream is mainlining a plugin, because we have heard over and over and over again that the Ceph plugin from Robert is way better than the one we ship. So we are taking this opportunity to mainline his plugin. I will migrate it, and then we'll mainline it, and then hopefully end up with a better plugin. So thank you very much, Robert, for providing us with this plugin. Do you mind standing up? I think somebody is supposed to be giving you this, and that might be me. Yeah, all right. Thank you very much. All right, so yeah, join me during that live streaming experience. I'm actually looking forward to it. And then another obvious way of getting some information on how to migrate plugin is talk to us. We have this booth over there. I think there are 3 more slots tomorrow, and also obviously tonight, this evening. I'm absolutely in favor of answering some migration questions if you have them. And yeah, so to come back to the initial thing, the major chunk you probably already did if you migrated to the API version 1. And the reason I know that is I migrated in the last, I think 2 weeks is a little bit exaggerated. I think it might have been 4 weeks. But anyway, the point is we have 600 plugins programmed against the API agent-based version 1, and with this helper script, they are now all migrated to the version 2, all 600 of them. So that's really not the big deal. And yeah, the other ones are a little bit more tedious, but you have to get into it. But I think you will see that it really is a nicer way of doing things than it was in the past. Of course, it's now an extra effort to move from the past to these new things. But hopefully then the external extensions and the stable APIs will really work out nicely during update and not cause any hassle anymore. And then I think this is the last slide that I have. I just wanted to point out that we are talking about extensibility, and now I've been talking about developer APIs for over half an hour. I understand that there are other issues that are also relevant when it comes to this whole ecosystem of extensibility, which is the MKP command line interface, which is this tool that lets you create MKPs. The extension packages site that we have in the site to administer these MKPs, and obviously the exchange that we use for sharing extensions. So we are aware that all of these are there as well. And they can be improved, and we have lots of ideas, and we know you have ideas, and there will be stuff happening in the nearer future, hopefully. And that's it.
Thank you, Moritz. Unfortunately, we don't have time for Q&As. Well, it's always fun to listen to you answer these questions in your fun way. Moritz is here, also the team, because it was not only Moritz, to be honest. It's actually quite a big team who did all that work. And all these folks are also here today. If you go to the plugin playground, you will actually see a couple of them. You can ask them all your questions about migrations. You can ask them your stuff about the wish for Checkmk SDK, about any other things here. Use the opportunity, because we are moving now to our next talk, and our next talk is about UX. And welcome Tanya to the stage. I think I won't introduce you because I think Tanya's work will speak for herself.
I hope so, at least. So thank you very much for the applause already. That's always very good for my ego. I do like that a lot. So let's see when the slide will come through. And there it is. So yeah, Welcome to my talk about new in 2.3, the improved user experience. And as you all know, it is already the 10th Checkmk Conference. Wow, this makes you a little bit nostalgic, right? So before we take a look into what's new in 2.3, let's take a quick look back. I already talked to a lot of you, and one thing that we were talking about was, oh yeah, I used Checkmk for a long time. So I want to know from you, what's actually the oldest major version of Checkmk you have ever used? So please take out your phones and answer Slido, and maybe in the meantime, I'll get my speaker notes. That would be great. Okay, and the first results are already coming in. That's really great. Always fun to see how old, what's the oldest version you have ever used. A lot of people using the 1.2. Maybe I really get my speaker notes now. That would be great. And we're already 25%. Okay, okay. We'll give you like half of a minute just to make sure. And well, all of you who have used the 1.5 or any older version, you probably remember this one. Yeah? Who does remember this one? Maybe a little hard? Yes? Great. Amazing. So it was very blue, this one, right? Well, we have certainly come a very long way since then. A major milestone was, of course, in this journey, the 2.0, when we redesigned the whole software, as you know. We introduced the dark mode and a complete new structure and navigation. If we now take a look at the 2.2, so the last version, at first glance, it seems like not that much has changed. But if you listened to my talk last year, you know that we did a lot of quality of life improvements. I want to just show you one of my highlights, and it was the introduction of the more powerful label filters using the and or not operators that enabled you to create more tailored views. But to be honest, my absolute favorite change was this one. You might remember it. We changed the often overlooked bacon sign agents buttons from a black color to a green color, and making it more visible and actually clickable. And yeah, you know, there's still so much to do. And to tackle that, we defined a UX strategy. We want to continuously improve and evolve the user experience of Checkmk. This strategy consists of 4 pillars. The first one, consistency. We want to make things predictable so you can navigate Checkmk effortlessly. Second, efficiency. We want to make things swift so that your tasks are a breeze. Third, error prevention and recovery. Very important. We want to make things foolproof that you can stay on track even when things go wrong. And the fourth one is accessibility. We want to make things inclusive so that every IT pro can excel. Those 4 pillars lay the foundation for our UX strategy. So much for the theory. This brings us to what's new in 2.3. And let's start with something big. At last year's conference, I announced the rework of the Acknowledge Problem dialog. It was triggered by this little option, the sticky option, which always raised the question, what does it actually mean? And I'm very happy to announce at this conference that we actually reworked the dialog. And first things first, the sticky option is as well as the persistent comment and the send notification options, now has a descriptive label to clearly communicate its purpose. To be honest with you, we discussed the exact wording a lot internally. Although we are now confident that this one is clear, we felt that it still leaves some room for interpretation. So we added an example below to clear up any remaining ambiguity, as this option can lead to oversight if things get worse. And this was also the reason why we decided to turn this option off on default. Well, you might now say to me, Tanya, that's all good and well, but we use this option all of the time, and now I have to click on it. That's not really an improvement, that's actually pretty terrible. And I understand that. You do have your own policies or special use cases that differ from our defaults. And I do have good news for you. We included a shortcut to the global settings where you can set the default settings of the options that you have here. The really amazing thing is that this option is no new feature that we included. It was always there. It just had a very weird name. It was named View Action Defaults, and I think no one ever found that one. So we renamed that as well, of course. For setting the expiration date of an acknowledgement, we introduced a date picker to Checkmk. Of course, you can still type in the date if you want to, but if you want to have a more visual approach, the date picker is just perfect. Correspondingly, we have also included a time picker. You may notice that this time picker uses a 12-hour period with AM/PM and not a 24-hour period. And before you all gasp, if you prefer to work with a 24-hour period, that's not a problem actually, as we are utilizing the native browser default date and time picker. So the format that it will be displayed in is based on your own browser settings. Always should be comfortable for you to work with. Sometimes the Checkmk server time is not the same as your local time. If someone forgets about that, it can lead to misunderstandings. And to prevent that, we now included a hint right after the time to let you know that this reflects the server date and time. Furthermore, we have removed the Remove Acknowledgement button from the dialog and replaced it with a Cancel button. You can now remove acknowledgements directly from the commands menu, so you don't have to open up the Acknowledge Problem dialog anymore for that. Yay! You don't have to clap, it's all right. So that's our improvements for the Acknowledge Problem dialog. And if we talk about commands, acknowledge problems, there's always one other dialog we have to talk about. It's schedule downtimes, or how I like to call it, button mania. Because in total, on default, we have 8 buttons here to confirm the dialog. Yeah, it's insane. We have this green one for starting a downtime right away for 60 minutes. Then we have 5 dark black ones that start the downtime immediately and last for different durations. That's not it, because sometimes you want to have a custom start and a custom end date. So the custom time range is the perfect button for you. It confirms the date and time you put in the input fields behind it. And last but not least, we have another dark button here, which just looks like the other buttons that created downtime, but instead, this one removes the downtimes of all the hosts or services that you have selected. Fun. 8 buttons in total. 8. That's a lot. So we also decided to rework this dialog. And to be honest, this is much better already, because we only have 2 buttons at the bottom and everything else in the dialog, and I want to just quickly walk you through what we changed. Because after the comment, you can now set a duration with those little tabs. And we know that they are a little bit ambiguous when they actually end. So if you select one of those tabs, they automatically change the end date and time, making it more transparent when the downtime will actually end. We also added a link to edit these duration presets in the already existing global settings. So you can add or remove them or rename them as much as you want to. You might have also noticed that there are two options missing that were previously there. Don't worry, they're not gone, but we rather moved them to this advanced options. This is a new concept that we introduced to distinguish between the most important options and those that are only needed in certain circumstances or require advanced knowledge. And yes, this is a first concept to replace show more. In the advanced options of the scheduled downtimes dialog, you find two options now, both off by default. The first one, only for hosts, set child host and downtime, and the second one, only start downtime if host services go down unreachable during the defined start and end time, which is the flexible option. Checking this option gives you additional settings, as you can see here. Scheduled downtimes and acknowledged problems are not the only command dialogues that we have reworked. In total, we have reworked 18 commands dialogues, in the host service section, the event console, and other command dialogues and their corresponding confirmation messages. Activate changes is one of the core actions in the setup. And with Checkmk 2.3, it's even more efficient to work with. Because gone are the days when you wondered who is currently activating changes. The warning message now clearly communicates who is activating the changes and what source are they using. So the general user interface, REST API, or the CLI. But sometimes you might don't want to activate the changes, but rather revert those pending changes. And previously, when you clicked on that action, it simply discarded the pending changes without any further confirmation dialog. Which is very strange because we usually have a confirmation dialog for everything. Like for adding a comment, you have to click on a confirmation dialog, but not for reverting pending changes. And this can have some unforeseen consequences, because not all changes that you can revert did require manual activation in the first place. So for example, notification rules that are already active could have been reverted with this action, and you would never know about it until you don't get a notification. So we wanted you to be able to make an informed decision. So instead of immediately rolling back the changes, we have included a confirmation page that lists all affected pending changes, including all that don't require manual activation. They are marked with a gray info icon. And on top of that, we added 2 new permissions to regulate who can actually discard those changes. I mentioned at the beginning that we added a lot of quality of life improvements to the 2.2, and of course we also did that in the 2.3 release as well. I want to show you some of my highlights. Folders in Checkmk are generally a little bit rough around the edges. For example, the case-sensitive sorting. With the 2.3, we now have changed that to case-insensitive, so a more natural sorting. So folders are actually where you expect them to be. Yay! I was waiting for that. Finally, something to clap for. Speaking about folders, they are now also included in the filter search within the host setup. So you can find them more easily, and you can actually now more easily find the filter search because we redesigned this a little bit as well. Let's talk about icons for a little bit. specifically about the icons for rule matching. I hope you all have good eyes, because we have here two quite similar green circles. The first one indicates that the rule matches and defines one or more parameters, while the second one also indicates that this rule matches and adds one or more parameters that is not being defined by another rule higher in the hierarchy. So this one is a little bit low in the hierarchy and adds something. Let's play a game. Take out your phones and tell me which one of those green circles was the one that indicates that the rule matches and defines one or more parameters. So it's not the lower one in the hierarchy. Which one is it? Let's see. Yeah. Oh, you're quite sure? Oh, no. Oh, not, maybe not. Give you some time. Yeah, maybe it is the same color. Who knows? I might be tricking you, just for the fun of it. So, yeah, we are around 60% for A, so you're a little bit sure, but not entirely. And yes, the 60% of you are in fact right. It is circle A that indicates that the rule matches and defines one or more parameter. So, even if you can distinguish the two green tones, it's hard to remember what they actually represent. To make this easier for you, with the 2.3, you don't have to guess that meaning anymore. We added symbols to all of those icons to make them unambiguous, descriptive, and of course, in the end, also accessible. So even if you have, yes, even if you have color blindness. In action, the rule matching icons look like this now. The icons were also used in numerous other places, such as the activity status of users, so we changed them there as well. Let's stay in the realm of colors a little bit. This is the look of an ineffective rule. The green one. This indicates that the rule is not effective, but ineffective. And this is prone to misunderstandings. I mean, after all, green is usually associated with something positive, like a success or a match. And to make that view unambiguous, we removed the green color, and you can now actually read the text that's there. And we added that icon in front to indicate that the rule is ineffective. Each effective rule doesn't have that icon in front, so we make it easy for you to scan through the list and find the ineffective rules as fast as possible. Who of you loves hotkeys, navigating with keyboard shortcuts? No one? Okay, we take it out, Lars. We don't need it anymore. But maybe afterwards you will find hotkeys nice, because we are starting to introduce navigation with keyboard more into Checkmk. You can now hit Alt-S to open up the setup and then start right away with the search. Alt-C for customize and Alt-M for the monitor menu. So we make you more efficient when navigating through Checkmk. You know, I love running surveys. Within the last year, we ran over 15 surveys. And one of them included a question about how many hosts or services you typically display per row in views. Sounds a little bit complicated. The default of this is 3. So 3 hosts or services are next to each other. But if you look at the results of that survey, you'll see that about 73% of the respondents changed this default. So this can't be a very smart default, right? Long story short, we decided to change the default, so it's now 1 entry per row for every new installation. Yay! Oh boy, we fixed a lot of minor annoyances in Checkmk with the 2.3. For example, Checkmk is now explicitly naming regex in filters, making it more easy for you to know where you can actually use regex. All of the chevrons and arrows that indicate collapsible and expandable content now point in the same direction, actually. So if you look at the sidebar, it's now consistent instead of in just random directions. If a user doesn't have permissions to see something, they now also don't see that customize menu if it's hidden for them. We renamed built-in to built-in to be grammatically correct. And we cleaned up a lot of the customized pages, like, for example, the bookmarks list page. So just make it more consistent and easier to use. And there's so much more in the 2.3. In fact, we have included over 100 minor and major UX improvements. And yes, I counted them. I looked through all of the tickets. 100 minor and major UX improvements that make the UI more consistent, more accessible, improve error prevention and recovery, and ultimately make you more efficient. Of all of those improvements, there's one project I consider my personal favorite. So I'll take you on the journey from user idea to functional feature. And at least 128 of you know this one. It started with an idea in the ideas portal. Fake check results should create a hard state. This would allow testing notifications. A very specific idea with a clear goal in mind. Test the notifications. So how can you currently test notifications? Let's take a look together. We go to our host and service that we want to test notifications on. We open up the commands menu, we make sure show more is enabled, and we click on fake check results. This opens up the fake check result dialog, where you can now decide on the result. Let's pick just critical. After confirming the dialog, all your selected services or hosts are now critical until the next regular check interval. And in theory, this already creates a notification, because by default, one fake check is enough to trigger a hard state, which then results in a notification. And this means notification. So far, so easy. Open the dialog, select the status, confirm test notification. Perfect. Unfortunately, in order to reduce notification noise and optimize everything, the default of one check attempt to hard state is often changed. It's more likely to set it to 3 check attempts to create a hard state. So you need to fire the check result dialog, fake check result dialog not 1, but 2 and 3 times to create that hard state that you need and thus trigger a notification. All of that within one check interval. Otherwise, it resets and you have to start over again. To be honest, it sounds tedious just talking about it. And I can absolutely see why the fake check result dialog should create a hard state right away in order to test notifications. It would be so much easier. For me, as a designer, that's an easy task, right? I'll add a checkbox to that dialog, create hard state, and hell, I'm feeling good. I will also redesign that whole dialog. No worries, this will be amazing. So I was halfway through writing the Jira ticket for the development when I stopped and I thought, why? Why the hell should you rely on fake check results to test your notifications in the first place? This doesn't really make sense, does it? I mean, how is anyone supposed to find this feature without looking in the documentation? No one would say, fake check results. That's, of course, that's how I test my notifications. That's not the logical way. So unfortunately, I discarded the Jira ticket and went back to the drafting table. And this is what we came up with. A new button in the notification configuration called Test Notifications. Yay! This button opens up a dialog similar to the commands dialogs and lets you simulate events to test notifications for specific hosts and services. First, you decide if you want to test on a host or a service. If you switch to service, you can select a host and then a service from that host, like this. Now it's time for the interesting part, selecting the event to simulate. By default, it's a status change from OK to warning, but you can just as well select, for example, from warning to unknown or from critical to OK to really test out all of the events. And just imagine how tedious that would be with the fake check results. If the service is OK and you want to test from critical to OK, too tedious. Will be very easy now. And you can also define the plugin output to test if the associated conditions work as expected. And we know that sometimes you just want to theoretically play something through and you don't want to actually send the notification out to maybe not spam your colleagues or don't scare them. And to allow you to do that, we have included this little checkbox here that lets you decide whether to trigger an actual notification or not. Those are the most important options in this dialog. But we wanted to take it a step further. We wanted to really let you test the conditions of your notifications thoroughly. And we know that some notifications only get triggered under specific circumstances. So we included advanced condition simulation. Here you can select a specific date and time to simulate the event on, as well as the notification number. This allows you to test conditions such as throttling notifications and scenarios like being on call during holidays or something like that. You don't have to wait until midnight to fire up the fake check results anymore. And now it's time to confirm the dialog with the test notification button. It's time to confirm. Checkmk then provides you a short summary of the test, including how many rules are actually matching, how many notifications will be generated as a result, and whether the notification was sent or not, depending on what you have selected. You might also recognize the following table from the recent notification analysis. We utilized this one to give you a summary of the event you've just simulated. And in this example, it was the status change. And we give you the option to dig really deep with this little icon, which gives you the context. And we just have a little snapshot from that context because it's a huge table for everyone who has ever looked at it. You see all of the details that are connected to whatever you have tested it on. For example, the host tags. Following the analysis table, you will see a table with all the details of the resulting notification. You can see the exact recipient, as well as the notification that was being used. In this case, an HTML email. The table of global notification rules with an applied matching helps you to identify the responsible rules for this notification. You can see the matching icons we just talked about. This entire analysis page makes testing and troubleshooting much easier and more efficient. But now you might say to me, Tanya, I'm using Checkmk since 10 years. And I'm always using fake check results for all of those years. I will never remember that this new feature exists. I just want that checkbox in my fake check result dialog. And I understand you. We really want to make the transition as easy as possible for you. So that's why we included this little flag in the fake check results dialog to go to the test notification feature. but I did redesign the dialogue, so it's complete. But that's not the only shortcut that we included. We want to make the feature as convenient as possible for you. So if you are on a service and click on the service test notification, it will directly bring you to the test notification dialog and pre-fills the host and service name for you. So you can just start right away with it. The same for the host setup. Just below the test connection button, you can now also go to test your notifications. Overall, the new feature is designed to provide you with a flexible and intuitive way to test notifications. You can simulate specific scenarios. You can check which rules have and haven't triggered the notification. As you can always decide whether you want to send out the actual notification, you can avoid spamming your colleagues. And lastly, you can access it from a variety of entry points, so it always fits into your workflow. This is the time where you can clap once again. Thank you. So what's next? We have a couple of UX projects already in the making, 3 really big ones. After spending so much time with the test notifications feature, we also realized that there is a lot of potential for notifications in general. At my talk tomorrow, I will give you a more in-depth insight into that exciting project. It has a very low expectation title, You Will Love Notifications. The second big UX project is about making setup easy. And the third big project is a little bit my nemesis, because there's so many forum posts and support tickets that have all boiled down to this little thing, is the show more button. I really hate it. Can't tell you how much I don't like that thing. We are working on removing this one, replacing it with a more sensible concept. So you might remember the advanced options in the schedule downtime dialog are first step into that direction. And of course, on top of that, we are also still working on those minor improvements to make working with Checkmk more enjoyable. The most important part, no matter if it's a big project or a small project, we want them to succeed, and for that we need your feedback and your insights. So if you're interested in giving us feedback, participating in all of those surveys, interviews and usability tests, then please sign up to the UX mailing list. You will receive all research announcements directly in your inbox and can decide if it's something that's of interest for you or not. Just scan the QR code. I've seen already some people doing it. Thank you very much. Or you can also go directly to list.checkmk.com and select the Checkmk User Experience Research mailing list. But you can also just go to our booth, the Future Fair. It's right here, back in the room. We brought some very early concepts, some spoilers for the notification talk tomorrow, and we have our posters there where you can leave your feedback or just talk to us directly. It's your chance to complain about all the usability issues. And we are looking very forward to your feedback about all of that, because in the end, it's you who make that thing great. And that's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tanja. Now, you can read the questions as well, so you can, what about the time date picker?
Do you remember how I told you how great it is that we're using the browser default date and time picker, because it means that we are using the browser settings when it comes to that AM, PM versus 24-hour period. The disadvantage of that is that we don't have any control right now over the time and date picker. So right now there's no dark theme, but we are working on our own date and time picker sometime, maybe in the future. hopefully.
So I'm not sure if you know the answer to the next question because test notifications are distributed setup. Yeah? Do you know it or?
I think Ronnie is the best person to answer this.
Yeah, I know that he said he might not be. Ronnie, can you answer it?
No idea what you said.
Yeah, do you hear me?
Yeah.
No, I cannot answer this. Currently, I think it's okay in distributed setups, but I have to check it. Please come to me afterwards if you are interested.
Okay, this is actually a question now for you, Lars. I mean, I know the answer as well, so we need a microphone for Lars. Because it has nothing to do actually with UX, but it has to do how do we actually, like when you move, for example, a host from a site to another site, what happens with downtimes and acknowledgements?
Yeah, so in a distributed setup, the host is monitored, for example, on one remote site, and the downtimes and acknowledgements are saved in the state file of the microcore running there. And when we are moving a host to another site, not all of the information that has been recorded on the one side is migrated to the other side. So there's one piece missing, a feature which cares for the migration of the various informations we have at the remote sites. Currently, there's no support for moving the RD files, the metrics, logwatch files, and also downtimes acknowledgements. So that would be, when we look on this as an external perspective as a user, that would be a great feature. Currently, it's not there. I guess that's somewhere already in the ideas portal. If not, then put it in and vote it up, and then maybe we can make it something for the future.
I think I saw it somewhere. It's basically, I think I saw one idea of moving also the RDs from one side to another, and the other was, I mean, as part of that, also move the other stuff. So, I mean, the business intelligence, it's a great feature, but it might be not the easiest one to configure. And so we understand it needs an improvement, but this is not a simple thing. I mean, if we change the business intelligence UX, this is probably one of the larger projects we would have to do. We haven't planned it for 2.4, and we also haven't planned it yet for after, but we also haven't made the plans for 2.5 yet, so it might make it for 2.5, but definitely not for 2.4.
There's a sticky note in the back on one of the posters also saying we want to have improved business intelligence, so if you want to really make it happen, put all of the dots on that one. Just
like it's we go where the most pain is for US users when it comes to UX, and so if you have really a lot of pain and a lot of you have pain, then maybe this is something we can prioritize a little bit faster.
Yes.
Okay, maybe that's one for you. I don't know if it's possible, but can we select in the downtimes dialog also the time zone? Because we've seen there's a time zone, like what is your local time zone?
Yeah.
Or how does it work?
Yeah, it's currently only the server time that it displays, so it's not currently possible to select the time zone. That's something we will probably look into in the future. So what about the time zone setting?
I think it goes into the same thing. In general, we need to work on how we deal with time zones in Checkmk, because we have more and more distributed environments over the entire world where people in the US might set a downtime, same the people doing it in Germany, what is actually the time they set it on. And I think this is one of the things we already have actually decided that we'll fix sooner or later.
Yeah.
So we'll consider how we, throughout the entire UI of Checkmk, deal with time. Because, I mean, we have it in graphs, we have it all over the place, so it's not a trivial change, but it's something which we really know that we need to do it.
Yeah, so first step was to make it more transparent, what's the actual time you're doing stuff in, and then we will take a look at it holistically. If we would have done it for the acknowledge problem or scheduled downtime dialog, it would have risked that we couldn't have pushed the improvement altogether, so we decided to prioritize in that way.
And Lars, I give this to you as well. maybe you know the answer if this is possible. Can we get a diff of pending changes?
I think, in fact, on the lower level, you can already get that. There's a Git feature in Checkmk. There, at least, we keep track of what has changed over time and what has not been activated yet. So on the command line, you could already execute git diff. In the UI, it is not integrated well, so it's kind of, let's say, advanced user feature. It could be an option to show it, but only as, let's say, for the whole summary of all changes. Yeah? We would not be able to display for all the individual steps you made to show a change there, because the configuration is not really helping us there, modifying various files, so it would not be too easy to make use of it. Yeah, but hopefully that already answers your question.
But that requires that we enable this Git thing in the global settings, yeah?
Could be technically maybe the simplest approach. Maybe there's another one to do that. Also, it would be interesting how that would work in the UI. Yeah. So conceptually, how could we make use of that? Probably not everyone can make sense out of what we would display there. So it's also kind of an advanced feature, right?
Yeah.
So for now, not really in the UI. Also, I think not for 2.4. I mean, at least I don't think we have it on our plan. But that's also, I mean, it comes up to basically all the ideas. There's so many things we can do in Checkmk, and every release we tackle a lot of them. And then sooner or later, we hopefully have addressed all of them. I mean, and I think last, this goes again to you, sorry, but isn't there already an option to disable notifications?
Sorry, I didn't get it. Which question?
The first question, will there be a slide in the sidebar to disable notifications for distributed sites at once? Don't we have the master control for that?
But it's for every single site.
Yeah. So kind of a bulk action to disable that for all the cores you have running. Well, would be actually only a UI edition, so definitely possible from a technical perspective. And then it's basically up to Tanya to decide whether that's a priority or not. Yeah.
So you know who to ask for and who to basically go. She's there in the back throughout the breaks, so you can.
I take all of the bribes. No worries. So as we're working on the notifications, that's definitely an interesting thing to do. So yeah, it's not off the table right now. And if it's just a UI thing, then it's even less off the table, I would say. Yeah. Just have to make sure that it doesn't go into more problems then.
Okay, it's already 6 p.m. I think it's now time for our evening event. So therefore, thanks very much, Tanya. If you have questions, just talk to her in the evening.
Thank you.
So this was day one of the Checkmk conference, and the day one is the day where we talk about the new things in Checkmk 2.3. And we now have the nice evening event, and tomorrow we will talk from, on the one hand perspective, we will have a lot of partners and customers talking about Checkmk and how they use Checkmk and so on. And in the afternoon, we'll go into a very exciting part because we worked very hard to bring new concepts which you already work on and present them at the conference. And so I think it will be quite an exciting afternoon to show what we have in the store for the future. So hope you can enjoy the evening. Look forward to tomorrow. And yeah, thanks very much.
Of the Checkmk Conference then is over. Let's see where you joined from. So we have several on-site participants right here in the hall. Then we had people from Düsseldorf, Bonn, Germany as in somewhere in Germany. Then there was one person who reported right from their seat. Then Bielefeld, Then a couple of people in different ways from Faroe Islands. Then we had a person from Malaysia, local host, very on topic. One person from Vienna, Austria, one from Berlin, one from Kassel. We had people from Colombia, Hamburg, Kenya, Berlin, and from Western Australia, Perth, and one person from France. That was amazing. It's so great to see how many people from so many locations joined us today. Let us know what was your favorite talk, and don't forget to rate the talks through their respective surveys when they come out. Tomorrow, we will meet again for more amazing talks by the users of Checkmk and our team as well. Check out the agenda not to miss anything. See you tomorrow.